Firm, A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, changemakers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Great guest just ahead. Mom you want to hear from who was there personally in Arizona for, just an incredible memorial service and celebration of life for Charlie Kirk. I want to get to a few updates for you with regard to that, and that is, number one, during Charlie Kirk's memorial service yesterday, we saw FBI Director Kash Patel posting an update on the investigation of Kirk's assassination, saying the FBI is, quote, pursuing every lead, and yes, acknowledging that 22-year-old Tyler Robinson arrested and charged with Kirk's murder, but Director Patel saying that the FBI is looking into, quote, the possibility of accomplices. So meticulously investigating theories and questions, including the location from where the shot was taken, possibility of accomplices, and text messaging, etc. So we learned that update as well. I want to bring you to what I thought was the most incredible moment, a poignant moment yesterday that stopped everybody who was watching across America. I would imagine millions of viewers across America. We know the estimate is 200,000 people in total in Arizona, inside and outside the State Farm Stadium there, but millions across America. And we know that millions across the globe were taking part and watching this incredible, emotional tribute to Charlie Kirk. Following his assassination, he was a Christian evangelist and, yes, an activist on campus. But listen to this moment, and if you're watching on YouTube, his widow, Erica Kirk, as she talks about the accused assassin who took her husband from not just us, but from her, a grieving wife and 2 little children.
That young man. On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man, that young man, I forgive him.
As this huge crowd begins to rise, standing ovation. She's wiping away her tears in a moment of incredible composure.
I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us.
And so in that moment, in my humble opinion, and then obviously President Trump then spoke, and at the end of Trump's speech and dedication, he brought Mrs. Kirk, Erica Kirk, back on stage, and you saw her at one point looking down and trying to still compose herself. You cannot even imagine the surreal moment. And then she kind of leaned toward the president, and he hugs her in that embrace. In this moment, I will say about Erica Kirk that we've never seen this happen. I mean, think about modern times, a grieving widow such as this, and certainly bringing forth comparisons of, former First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis in those moments, or let's say in the wake of the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. And so we've never seen a modern day assassination, a grieving widow like this, taking the helm, having a speaking role as she takes the helm of Turning Point USA. Is this a turning point in American politics as well. So we want to hear the reaction from a great mom who witnessed this in real time, can tell us about the reaction to the crowd. To me, this is a turning point that we are seeing. And we've never witnessed this in our modern day. A widow now who's not just taking our hearts in these images of a woman being silenced in those moments in her grief, but now she's taking an actual leadership role. And you see that on this level with the President of the United States of America. This is big, I think, in our nation's history, in American history. And that's what I want to talk about and get your take as well, 855-839-1210. But I see this as a truly historic American moment, and a moment for American women as well. She's not taking the back seat. She's not taking a silent seat. She's now the CEO of Turning Point USA, but there's more to it. I want to get into that. We have to take a break because you're going to love my next guest. Stay right there. This is The Dawn Show. I'm Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland. Be right back.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Are you looking for a career, not just another job? A place where you're valued and your work makes a difference? Scott Kia is hiring. We're looking for passionate individuals to join our team as an automotive technician. We offer competitive pay, great benefits, and an environment that supports your growth. If you're ready for a role that challenges and inspires you every day, we'd love to hear from you. Visit the Join Our Team page on scottautogroup.com to learn more. Scott Kia, driving dreams and lives forward by creating moments through professional and thoughtful service.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight. Have to fight. We're saving our country. And Charlie's a big factor, such a big factor. Charlie Kirk started with only an idea to change minds on college campuses, and instead he ended up with a far greater achievement, changing history. He changed history.
So it was an incredible day of events, emotional. There were points when I know I was bawling my eyes out and talking to different family and friends as we watched together. And we wanted to check in with a Pennsylvania mother who you've heard me interview before, who is as well was actually there, right there, front and center. And that is our friend Angelina Banks, Moms for America, who we talked about mom vote town halls where she has attended. But good morning, Angelina. Just wanted to, first of all, thank you for calling in and letting us know what it was like to be there during this incredible celebration of life for Charlie Kirk.
So Dawn, thank you for having me. I teared up again, especially when you played Erica and when you played the president. Pardon me for being emotional, but it was truly beautiful.
Yeah, and that one, I mean, what was, when you looked around, because I'd heard people say there was not a draw. I know I was bawling my eyes out. So what was that like in that moment? Because did anybody, first of all, expect that she would say such a thing to forgive the accused assassin of, who was accused of taking your husband's life like that?
So maybe we weren't expecting it, but it clearly was not a surprise. Yeah. Charlie and Erica have such a deep, strong, inspirational faith that it was definitely not a surprise. And it really touched every heart. I mean, grown men were sobbing when she did that, if we weren't already emotional enough at that point.
Yeah, it was. So, as far as this goes, I know there are a lot of people, first of all, who, and I have to backtrack here because I have to realize, a lot of people did not have Charlie Kirk on their radar necessarily. Some people did not know who he was or what Turning Point USA was about. And so I think people have learned more and more about him. But for you personally to be there, what was that like, as a mom, as a Christian conservative, to be surrounded by like-minded people praying, supporting, celebrating his life? Can you just talk about how uplifting that was for you and for others?
So it was extremely inspirational. There were hundreds of thousands of people there. I was in line at 4:00 in the morning, surrounded by 50,000 other people, some conservatives, some Christian, some people who had just heard about, this tragic assassination and felt that they needed to be there. People as far as Canada, Florida, Texas, people drove. There was worship in the parking lot. There was worship in the stadium before the actual program began. There were 2.5 to 3 hours of worship music. Brandon Lake, Chris Tomlin, Carrie Job. God was definitely in the room. And every speaker, everyone from his assistant to the Secretary of State to the President of the United States brought in Charlie's faith. And so while it was a memorial, it really was a celebration and a testimony, a witnessing of a man who completely devoted his life to Christ. And the president said it best. He said that politics was just Charlie's on-ramp to Jesus.
I have to ask you about this because I'm a subscriber to the Washington Post, and I'm considering whether or not, for example, to just write them a letter and cancel my subscription. And the reason being that they wrote this article that sounded good at the outset, prior to, this was Saturday, And they said Erica Kirk emerges as a vocal public figure, redefining the role of a political widow. And I thought, okay, that's an interesting premise. They go on in the article, and it's just, to me, disingenuous the way that it's written, no surprise. But at one point, without any attribution or qualification, they declare that, in fact, Charlie Kirk had made comments that were racist. And I keep seeing that over and over. I'm offended by it. What do you make of those types of claims in coverage of either Erica Kirk or her late husband?
I take that simply as lazy journalism. Plain and simple. They failed to do their actual research. They're taking sound bites, or they're politically biased, and are trying to continually push an agenda of division. Erica is a wonderful woman. She is more than qualified to continue to execute Charlie's vision, and it's really a shame. And the advice I would give to you, whether or not to cancel your subscription, I would hit a pause there, because Charlie has issued all of us a challenge. Challenge the narrative that you disagree with. Challenge the narrative that you know is false. Speak truth. Reach out to them and just remind them of their actual responsibility as a journalist, and say, this isn't appropriate. You really need to correct this. And maybe they will. But we have to keep up that mission. And I think Charlie, that one thing that was so wonderful about him, he gave us tangible ways to push the mission, push the hope. He was hope in action. He was change in action. It wasn't an empty promise. He gave us the tools to make the positive changes in our individual lives and in the future of this country.
Yeah, and you could just hear him saying it, right, at the Prove Me Wrong tent. You could hear him saying, really name at least one example. Name one example of racism that ever came out of my mouth. You know, I could picture him saying it. We can hear him saying it. You're exactly right. It's well taken. You know, on the premise that Erica Kirk is redefining the role of a modern widow, I would take it one step further. And I just wanted your take on this. As she stood there, and I thought, I was in my, family room, a mess. And I'm thinking, how is this woman who had to explain to her children, and famously she was quoted as telling her 1- and 3-year-old that daddy's on a work trip with Jesus. How is she so composed? And then beyond that, is she redefining in many ways, just by her example, as far as the new CEO of Turning Point USA, is she redefining the women's movement to say, you can have it all. You can be a mom, have your kids, don't put it off until you're 35, 42, like a lot of people are, and that's giving rise to fertility clinics and all of that stuff. But you can have it all as a woman. You can have your career, you can have your children, and you can redefine what is it like to be a modern day professional / mom woman in America? Do you see that as far as the women's movement taking a turn because of Erica Kirk and her example?
Definitely 100%. But I don't look at it as a you can have it all moment and redefining what that is. I look at it as a return to you can execute God's plan for you, which is essentially having it all. And it may not be what society or culture defines as it all, but she's really a woman who's committed to fulfilling God's purpose for herself. And that again is where she draws her strength, her composure, her grace, her poise. She's very prayerful, and she's very open about that. And even about with her relationship with Charlie, she was always committed to being his helpmate, to being his best friend, to being his complement. And there's not another person who I think would be qualified to take the reins over from Charlie. And it's interesting. So AmFest is Turning Point's annual conference. They do it every year. It's one of the most incredible things I've ever been to. And the big question last year that Charlie was asking is, we reach the boys, we reach the men, the forgotten sons of the West. We have their attention, and they're following us. Now, how do we reach the women? How do we reach the girls? And unfortunately, as the events that happened that led us here, this is the answer. This is how we reach those girls. Erica Kirk is a model of what a virtuous woman looks like. And everyone was saying, how did she get a husband like Charlie? Well, Erica can model that behavior, and she can teach generations of young girls what it means to be a real woman, a godly woman.
Yeah, and what's interesting about her as well, so somebody who looks at her and she's, has this long flowing hair and is very beautiful, but when you look at her background, and if you know her bio, and I know you do, but she played basketball since she was a little girl, and I believe she played for the NCAA just for I believe she played at the highest level in basketball at some point, so it was a pretty good athlete, and talked about being a tomboy, so not just lashes and fingernails or whatever people want to say, but somebody who was a competitive athlete, great in school, all of that. So kind of has the bona fides, if you will.
Yep, 100%. She was a collegiate athlete. She was an entrepreneur, business owner before she joined Turning Point. She's just as much of a hard worker as Charlie, and I think that's why they were such a great pair. I mean, he had an incredible work ethic. She said that he did not complete his work, but he had no unfinished business, and that he always used 100% of every day. And I think she's the same kind of woman. And I'm really excited to see what the future has for Turning Point with Erica at the helm, and our hearts go out to her and the entire Turning Point family. What they were able to put together to remember Charlie was nothing short of amazing. I mean, there were hundreds of thousands of people, top-notch security, so many things that could have gone wrong, and they did it in a week. And then they also talked about how Charlie was always saying, how do we get the Holy Spirit in a Trump rally? And then they said that we did it. And they did. And that's all Charlie wanted to do. He wanted to give people the tools to take control of their life and their destiny, and remind people that they weren't victims of circumstance, that they can be victors in anything. And I'm so excited to see the future. And I'm sorry to have lost him so early, but there's so much future, there's so much hope, there's so much promise.
Yeah, and I will say this about it, that when we talk about the mental health crisis in America, whether it's some of these deranged individuals that we're hearing about tragically within the headlines, or even in children, preteens and teenagers in the mental health crisis, I think part of it is that, and that's with Turning Point USA and what you're talking about, I think we have a spiritual or lack thereof crisis in America. I think it goes hand in hand. Everything that you're for, Angela Banks, that you and your family are for, that's really what would restore, right? Restore our mental health as Americans. And I think this is the answer to that, and telling young people, live a purpose-driven life.
Live a purpose-driven life, live a God-fearing life, get married, have kids, find joy, speak truth. All very basic, simple concepts that once you commit the discipline, the self-discipline, that's another thing that anybody around Charlie, anybody around Erica could definitely witness the discipline, the self-discipline, just to be the best version of themselves always. And it's the men heard it. Forgotten Sons of the West, they would always say that. They were just looking for direction, someone to say, you're not the cause of all of society's problems, but you can be the solution. And every single one of us can. There's no limits to who can positively impact the world around you. And I think that was one of my biggest takeaways when it came to Charlie Kirk.
I had seen that at Turning Point USA, the numbers are staggering as far as donations flowing in, as far as new applications for new different branches across the country at college campuses. And I just wonder for you, as far as your involvement in this, what I saw that Turning Point USA, they always have, it's close to Christmas time. It's in December. They have a big convention planned in Phoenix, Arizona. What's next for you with Turning Point USA and your involvement? Because I know that obviously you're there for other reasons in Phoenix, Arizona.
So AmFest is phenomenal. I've been. I'm expecting to go again this year. I've been to SAS Student Action Summit. I'd love to have a more defined relationship with Turning Point, and I'll work on that. But as long as there's any type of work that they need help, I will volunteer. Even though Turning Point is for students in high school and college. There's room and spaces for adults. There's room and spaces for parents. Turning Point Faith is another initiative, which is amazing, and that's something that really kind of gets everybody back to faith. And a big part of the America Fest, and even Student Action Summit, and all of the other conferences they do is a faith portion. And so I'm not as blessed as Charlie. I wasn't able to hear my calling and walk so purposefully at such a young age. But anything that I'm called to do and anything I feel like just benefits my children and myself and the people around me, I'm going to go for it. So, watch out. There's always work for me to do. I'm a cheerleader for the country and a cheerleader for good. So there's always something I'm involved in.
Well, Angelina Banks, Moms for America, we just appreciate you checking in. We hope that the conversation continues, and we want to follow you as with your journey, what you're doing, but Pennsylvania mom who wants to be involved in this. And we just thank you so much for taking the time. It's a beautiful message out of such a tragedy, but I think for sure this is just getting started in a new American movement. Not just a faith-based Christian movement or faith-based family movement, but like I say, a women's movement, inspiring a lot of young women. And maybe that's the role now Erica Kirk takes, because we heard more about how Charlie was inspiring young men, but now I think it's taking a little turn.
Definitely, and I'm here for it. Anything to bring back a little modesty or a little virtue or just anything. There's a lot of broken people out there, and if there's anything that a public figure like she can do to help heal those people, the young girls, the older women, anyone who's broken, if there's an answer, hopefully she can help lead people to it.
Angelina Banks, thank you so much. Until next time. Thanks, Angelina. God bless. Yeah, Angelina is just wonderful to join us and just give us the feel for what it was like to be inside that packed stadium. And then you imagine outside the stadium, there were news reporters reporting live from outside. It was very hot. It's, Arizona this time of year, and people stuck it out. And much like Angelina had said, people were getting there a full day before, spending the night. And then you think about that, Trump's speech went into the evening, into the 6 p.m. hour. I just wanted to read you that piece, that little clip of the Washington Post, where they were talking about, and the topic was about widows, and that we've never seen in a generation this kind of assassination that has captured our hearts, not just in America, but in the world. And then talking about these widows of men slain, and really focusing on Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, they put in there, John F. and Robert F. Kennedy. And then making the point, as they said, that Charlie Kirk was, in fact, known for making, quote, numerous disparaging remarks about Black people. And so that's why they were hesitant, and this was in the Washington Post writing this, to bring Charlie Kirk to the stature of iconic civil rights leaders or even a president. And so that's the part that I really took issue with, as they're just stating it as fact. No attribution, just stating that Charlie Kirk made numerous disparaging remarks about Black people. So I'm pushing back, and I'm giving my challenge to the Washington Post, to WAPO. Never happened. So prove me wrong, WAPO. Prove me wrong. Put it online. Put it on social media. Give at least one time when Charlie Kirk himself made a disparaging remark about Black people, because I'm saying it never happened. But what I will do in my challenge around the corner, so I do have evidence of those who knew Charlie, befriended Charlie, supported Charlie, and what they are pushing back on when this goes viral, when this kind of claim, which is a lie, goes viral. So I'll put forth my evidence. Washington Post, shame on you. You owe Charlie Kirk, his family, his followers a huge apology. Put up or shut up.
Shame.
Yes.
Shame.
There it is. Thank you, Dan
Shame.
Borowski.
Get the bell.
There's the bell.
Shame.
The bell tolls for
Shame.
thee. WAPO, Washington Post, low energy. Took 4 people to write this article, and they didn't even get it right. The Dawn Show continues right after this. And you've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love all of the additions that Chapman has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I would only use the Chapman family team. But did you know that they can also replace your rooftop? Family-owned and operated, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They've been around for 3 decades in our region, and they're committed to providing high-quality work by paying attention to all the details. They spend that time to understand your needs, and yes, your financial needs too. They do have financing available. So whether you or somebody you know, you're looking for a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, give them a call. You can text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Don't forget to tell them Dawn sent you.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Due to amazing customer feedback, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning is extending their summer financing promotion. No need to wait to replace that struggling system. CNC will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York's certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust, and your estimate absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Big news today on autism. We should get that news from the Trump administration, scheduled to hold at least one news conference today, although 2 are scheduled, 1 p.m., 4 p.m. With the 4 p.m. newser, that's with HHS. So what will they say about autism? A lot of questions regarding that. And we, of course, will cover it live in local Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Thank you, Kurt Roth. Thank you for your comment. Talking about, he says, hey, Dawn, it took 4 people to write that article. This is the Washington Post that I've been ripping this morning, so that no one can take responsibility for the lie by pointing their finger at the others. In other words, this has to do with the Washington Post. And remember Bezos, the owner, he was right there with Trump, all these billionaires who were there when he was sworn in on the 20th. And I had hope for them that, okay, they'll just do news, just be objective. But in this, wrote it very matter-of-factly, no attribution, which in journalism, you're supposed to have proper attribution. So if you want to say so-and-so claims or so-and-so, etc., attribute it to somebody that they claim that he's racist. Well, here's an example of it. Never give that, but say that he has made disparaging remarks. And so I have a couple of favorite people on social media who I follow, but one professor type, Kaizen, he is always, I think, prophetic in his criticisms and what he's looking at with an analytical eye. Somebody who was a supporter of Charlie Kirk, an African-American gentleman. So listen to what he has to say about Charlie Kirk on racism.
Is this the guy you're calling a racist?
One thing that white people and black people have different biologically.
Don't change the question of this, like DNA-wise, we are different.
No, we're not. That's a lie. It has been disproven. Front page of National Geographic 6 months ago. Racism created by society. Race is a social construct that I want to break out of.
Hold up. He doesn't even believe in race. The Oxford English Dictionary defines racism as prejudice based on race, or the belief that some races are inherently superior. But if Charlie's a racist, why is he arguing race doesn't exist? If he's a white supremacist, doesn't he need race to be real? I mean, you can't be a racial supremacist while arguing racial categories are fake. And wait a sec, race has been used to justify oppressing black people for centuries. So why is the black kid defending racial categories while the white supremacist wants to destroy them? This isn't new for Charlie. He's been saying this for years.
Listen to this.
And guess what? He's right. Here's the history of race. People always noticed skin color, but it mattered about as much as hair color. Slavery existed everywhere, and it was practiced by every skin color long before race was invented. Then, European colonizers needed justification for enslaving Africans. So, in the 1600s and 1700s, they invented racial hierarchy. The most influential framework came from Johann Blumenbach, a German doctor. He created the racial categories we still use today. Then, Georges Cuvier took Blumenbach's categories and ranked them, with white on top and black on the bottom. And racists ran with it. But here's the twist. Blumenbach never intended to create racial hierarchy. He was just trying to organize observable human characteristics, kind of like classifying plants. He believed we all have identical intellectual potential. He said differences came from environment and education, not biology, and those differences could evaporate over time. He was a devout Christian who believed we were all made equal.
And that's
Sound
what Charlie...
familiar? Charlie Kirk.
That's Charlie. So that's what Charlie believed. Now, did you know that? Have you ever heard that? I just think that that is fascinating. It's true. And so here's Charlie Kirk. And I want you to think about this. And I'm going to go to, actually, in a moment, I will go to Terrence K. Williams, somebody who's a comedian and founder of Cousin Tease. And he has a children's book out, by the way. But Terrence K. Williams, okay, is talking about racism and these racism claims, okay? But I just want you to think about this. Charlie Kirk, what he was against was people who believe that we should all check a box. Anytime we apply for a school, go anywhere, go to the doctor's appointment, go to wherever you're going, getting your driver's license, etc., and checking a box and making sure that you put, are you Caucasian? Are you black? Are you Hispanic? Are you blah, 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 all the boxes. You see, because that's what progressives and Democrats want us to do. And I think the swamp wants us to do it. I think big government wants us to do it so they can control us. What Charlie was saying, and you hear him having a debate with a young African-American man, a student, where he's saying, no, our DNA is not different. How about that? He's saying, no. Your skin color, my skin color, no, that our DNA is not different. We're human beings. We are equal. That's what Charlie Kirk said. Does that sound, hey, Washington Post, does that sound like somebody who's making disparaging remarks? A white guy who's saying, no, we are the same. We shouldn't have to check these boxes, in fact. And so that's the kind of thing that Charlie said. He was against checking the box. He was against dividing us by saying, oh, no, we're very different. We have very different intelligence. Nope, not so much. He believed that, yes, environment, like, things like environment, like, maybe what zip code you tend to be born into or what school you get to go to in that zip code. Does that sound like racism? Nope, I don't think so. So Charlie was very much about saying the policies that rule your life in, that zip code where you were born, that's what has more likelihood to impact your success in life or what path you take. That's the kind of thing Charlie was trying to point out. Can we go to Terrence K. Williams to this one? I had sent it to you, Dan. I apologize. I just sent it to you.
Back in 2019, Charlie Kirk helped a lot of young blacks get to the White House. He changed a lot of their lives. A lot of them never imagined going to the White House, and Charlie helped hundreds of young black boys and girls go to the White House. Charlie, thank you for that.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, man.
So for people who want to call Charlie a racist, kiss my black ass. Excuse my language. Charlie Kirk is not a racist.
And so if you follow him, Terrence K. Williams, he's really adorable and he's a great personality, but he makes a lot of points. And he put out a picture of he and Charlie laughing together. But he says, 21 hours ago, he posted this, as a black man, it hurts my soul to see people call Charlie Kirk a racist. I knew him personally, and I can tell you he was nothing but kind to me. He never looked at me as a color. He looked at me as a friend, as a brother, and went out of his way always to help me. He was talking about Charlie hosting African Americans in the White House, something that I know we had talked about at the time because, of course, the so-called mainstream media never bothered to cover it. So I would challenge the Washington Post as well as others, please do your homework. Try to prove me wrong. Try to prove Terrence K. Williams wrong.
I think race is completely and totally irrelevant. Do you think race is relevant?
No.
Okay, then why are we talking about race all the time, and why are we talking about critical race theory?
Well, you brought it up at first when you were doing your speech.
Right, so, remember I said it was a lie from the pit of hell that we should repudiate and stop talking about all the time?
So Charlie Kirk, I could play clip after clip after clip of him talking about this. What he was against was categorizing all of us in these little boxes to separate us, to divide us. And that's what they do. They divide us and they pit us against each other and try to distract us. How many years have you heard me say we're just getting played? This is what they want to do. They want to play all of us, pit us against each other. And that's what the so-called swamp monsters, if you will, on both sides of the aisle, quite frankly, that's what they've done. Charlie Kirk was against that. I will also say this, it's wrong to say he was right-wing or a political activist. I'm pushing back on that. Charlie Kirk, if you listen to him time and time again, he was a Christian first and foremost. He talked about his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And so at the center of this is his faith. But he believed that he had to talk about liberty and freedom and, yes, politics to have the conversation, because he believed that if you look at our founders, if you will, in the Constitution, inherent in that, in the success of our republic, is faith, that we are faith-based. And in fact, everybody who were the founders were all Christians. And so he believed, yes, we had to have freedom of religion, freedom of speech, but at the heart of all of this, we cannot be an atheist, non-believing society. And that's the real problem here. And so his number one focus, faith, his Christian faith, yes, but where was he when he was shot and killed? He was in the land of Mormons, shot by somebody who's devout Mormon, by the way. His parents, big, yes, Trump supporters, but in fact, their son had lost the faith. And that's what everybody's been talking about now. So his belief was, if we can fill people with this faith and make them understand, make all of society understand that you've got to have your faith, your purpose-driven life with Jesus Christ, your personal Savior, and I'll branch that out to Judeo-Christian beliefs. That's really where he was, talking about faith, that we need that. It's a critical piece of our republic as America, bringing our country together and making sure we are a faith-filled, purpose-driven democracy. I think that's what a lot of people who don't understand Charlie Kirk and what he was about, that's what he was about. And you even heard it yesterday, and I'll just bring this full circle, with Erica Kirk in that moment, which that blew me away. I think we have not seen anybody like that just own a moment in modern day history. Here's a widow saying, I forgive him, and quoting Jesus Christ. And then you saw President Trump, who followed her speech. What he said was in contrast to that. And I think Charlie Kirk I pictured him in heaven saying, oh, Mr. President, I've got plans for you. Mr. President was Charlie Kirk's message from above, from heaven, saying, President Trump, you're not yet saved, but you will be. When you think about what President Trump said, I don't forgive. I hate my political enemies. And that was a real moment there. That was, wow. That was a church, talk about a revival moment. Standing up before a congregation now. And this is a Christian Judeo audience, faith-based, where you've heard people during that moment saying the Holy Spirit is here, and this is a revival of America. And there was President Donald J. Trump really in his moment of, it was a humble moment. I don't even know if Trump realized what he was saying. I am a sinner, he was saying. He was saying, I can't do what Erica, this widow before us, is doing, as she's saying, I forgive. And he's saying, no, I hate my opponent. I don't know if you can replay that, Dan, but I saw that in a very different way with President Trump. This was historic. And he even afterwards said, well, let's just play it and let me listen in.
Did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent. And I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent.
So in that moment, it did get a laugh, but in truth, that took my breath away, because he's referencing the moment that happened where Erica Kirk said, I forgive you, which blew me away. Not a dry, I bawled my eyes out during that one. I think you did too. And you heard Angelina, who was there, and other witnesses who said everybody was just sobbing during that moment. But this was the moment, if you know the movement of evangelism, and that's where Charlie Kirk really, what he's from. It's the moment when you profess your love of Jesus Christ. You proclaim Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You are saved at that moment. There's no more confession. And this is where it's different to be a Protestant, right? Than let's say in the Catholic faith, where I'm married. I go to Catholic Mass, but I guess I'm a hybrid, if you will, because I've been there at that moment at Bayleaf Baptist Church, as I've told you, where you come forth. You are baptized as a teen, a child, an adult, usually, when you say, I proclaim Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. Now you are saved, and you are encouraged to forgive and to love and to lead with love. That's what Charlie Kirk was all about. That's the place from which Erica Kirk was forgiving the accused assassin who took her husband from her 1-year-old, from her 3-year-old, from America, this bright light. I forgive, because that is where you are released from your own prison of hatred. This was a biblical moment where now President Donald J. Trump, standing before the church, if you will, of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, to say, I'm not there yet, America, but what is next for him? And is that the destiny that Charlie Kirk hopes for Trump from heaven? Wow. I would tell you this, and if you think about what Marco Rubio had said Charlie Kirk is somebody who has high ambition. You know, when he, as an 18-year-old, had said that he would go to college campuses and try to change a narrative, listen to what Marco Rubio said about how Charlie Kirk, he sets the mark pretty high.
And I remember thinking back then, I'm going to admit to you guys, I was a little skeptical. I said, college campuses, you're going to do that? Why don't you start somewhere easier, like, for example, communist Cuba, you know?
Got a great laugh.
But my skepticism was proven wrong. In place after place over the last 12, 14, 16 years, we've seen this renaissance. Understand where we were at that time in our history. Understand where we are still today in many places, where young Americans are actively told that everything that they were taught, that all the foundations that made our society and our civilization so grand, they were all wrong, they were all evil, that marriage is oppressive, that children are a burden, that America is a source of evil, not of good in the world.
So Marco Rubio nailing it. So you think about this now. Charlie Kirk as somebody, he was the motive there that everybody's debating, in my humble opinion. Charlie, perhaps the accused assassin, I have to say accused or alleged, perhaps this alleged assassin believed from online that Charlie was a hater. But I actually believe that, in fact, it goes deeper than this. Charlie, you see, was making a difference. You think about President Trump, and I was grateful to President Trump who gave Charlie Kirk credit for helping in that landslide election. I mean, Trump won all the swing states, including here in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan. You don't hear the media say that too often. But with the youth vote, wow. And Charlie Kirk is credited with that. So Charlie Kirk, in my humble opinion, they wanted to stifle him because of that, because he was making a difference. And also because at the end of the day, this accused killer, he envied. It was envy. He envied Charlie Kirk, you see. That was the hatred. It was the hatred in the heart of a confused, psychotic young man who was tragically drawn into this belief that he should silence such a bright light in our world. Charlie Kirk, there will never be another you. We love you and we thank you. But if anybody thinks Charlie Kirk is going away, oh, no. I believe that his widow, Erica Kirk, said it right. We've just begun. I'm Dawn Stensland, 855-839-1210. I'd like to hear from you. We'll be right back.
Al Buttigieg. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, October 7th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Living heart healthy means paying attention to cholesterol goals. And for 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 soft gels. It's Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue's 1250 Omega-3 to your cart, apply that code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online at res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use that code TOGETHER at res-q.com. Do it today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back. At Dawn Stensland on X. Thanks for being here. Talking about Erica Kirk making her mark, vowing to carry on her late husband's mission, Charlie Kirk. I'll get to your calls in one moment, 855-839-1210. Hang in there. But Dan just saw one of our dear friends, somebody who I've spent a lot of time with, and we've all spent a lot of time with, Sarah Weiss. First of all, Sarah and I had such a great time with all of us in our Italy trip last spring, but we know her as well through a tough time of her own as a grieving widow. Fairly recently, after the tragic death of her husband, Sid, one of the original Ziola Army members, right? We go way back more than a decade. And Sarah had made a request on our YouTube chat for Dan to find this clip of the Stephen Miller's speech. Thanks, Sarah.
Defeat
Love
the
you.
dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us, you cannot slow us, you cannot stop us, you cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
Yes, Stephen Miller on fire. Great point. Thank you so much, Sarah, for that. Let's get to your calls, 855-839-1210. A lot of you sounding off. Frank is in Burlington. Hey, Frank.
Hey, Dawn. It's so funny. I really agree with you on just about everything here. The only thing I disagreed with you on was I don't think it was out of envy that the assassin killed Kirk, but I really think that he was so steeped in ignorance and evil that like truth and godliness, I think, became like a threat that he had to eliminate. And even like in Romans, it talks about God giving them over to their sinful desires of their hearts. That's the only part I disagree. And I guess it doesn't matter because, the result was the same. But the reason was, I just think the dude was evil, straight up. The other thing, too, is you were so right. I was in church 2 weeks ago, and a guy that I consider my buddy and everything, and he still is, but the pastor basically said that, he felt so bad for Kirk's wife and stuff. And we were sitting at lunch, and he was like, I have, not that I said it was all right to kill him, but I don't, he was racist. And I said, where did you get that from? And he's like, and he gave me this one line. So, of course, I made it because I've listened to a lot of Kirk, and I made it literally like my purpose in life, at lunch hour, at work, and at night. And I find out that it was just so grossly out of context. And what he was talking about was DEI versus like meritocracy.
Yes.
And I thought if my friend is that intelligent, and he was even that wrong. And of course, my wife told me to shut my mouth this week because, and I like to talk, go back and forth. She was like, we're not doing this in church. And I was like, that's fine. I don't look at it in a bad way, but I think, there's ignorance on the one side, but the media has no excuse. Though.
That's exactly
and it's
right.
more than just lazy journalism. I mean, all of the Kirk debates are so well documented. They're all unedited.
Thank you.
They're all over multiple platforms. And the ignorance is willful. I'm telling you, it's not by accident.
Well, I
it's
think,
purposeful.
and I thank you so much because you make great points. Thank you so much. But I would say this, that I think you're right on the part of, people like your friends. I think that's why we have to be so aware of all of this. And that's why I wanted to go through some of this today, because I think we're all getting this pushback. And even, this is a church friend saying, well, wait a minute, wasn't this guy, I hear he's a racist. And so I actually, in that piece of it, I don't believe that most people in the public want to believe that, but I do believe that there's no excuse, especially when you have, like I say, 4 different authors being paid to put together this huge profile on Erica Kirk. And they had a week to do it, a little over a week it was like a week and a half. They had to put it together, a big profile on Erica Kirk as a modern day widow that we haven't seen in this kind of a political style assassination. So I don't mind the topic. I think it's a good topic, in fact, but it's really disingenuous. And you can tell these 4 people are like jumping through hoops to try to say anything that's even complimentary. And so everything is like, it's kind of back-ended, if you will. And I'm not going to get in, like, for me as a writer, I'm looking at the way that they write things passively, and it's just so annoying to me. But in this one, for example, they find somebody who went to high school with her. Now, Erica Kirk was a star. She was an athlete. She She was not just a student athlete star, but she was like Charlie. She was also a great student, straight A student, and scholarships, and created her own charity. I mean, she was that kid in high school who you knew who got all the awards, and everybody knew that they would do great things. And so I can go online right now and find all kinds of people from her life, from high school and college, who say great things about her, glowing things. But the one sort of like compliment, if you will, about hers, they say, oh, by a source who didn't want to be named from high school, fearing political backlash. What? There are all kinds of people speaking about her, saying wonderful things about her. You don't have to go through some anonymous source. But see, they didn't want somebody that was too glowing, who would just say, oh my gosh, she was the superstar and we all loved her and she was fabulous and she was an athlete and she was, you know what I'm saying? So it's just so annoying to me that the Washington Post, 4 people contributing to this article, and even CNN, to their credit, they did a little bit of a glowing piece about her because, quite frankly, if you start looking into Erica Kirk's background, you're going to find people who have raved about her since she was a little girl. And so that's what the Washington Post, those authors who are, I think, biased and did not want to have to say all of those glowing things about somebody, shame on you. You can still take a critical, objective look at somebody, but they didn't want to do that. And that's my point with this. So that's my big shame on them. But they had to interject certain talking points and narratives, and the worst of which is that they claim that Charlie Kirk is a racist. And thereby, are they not claiming that his widow is too? Shame on you. Prove it. Give a specific example, because you can't. Because the truth is, even if you take out of context, people are going to come after you.
Shame.
They bury it within.
Shame.
Washington Post, be better.
Shame.
Or as our First Lady says, be best.
Shame.
By the way, where was she? I didn't see our First Lady. I was looking for her yesterday. I don't know where she was, but I did not see her. Correct me if I'm wrong, if she was there. That was one missing person. I did not see Melania Trump at yesterday's celebration of life for Charlie Kirk, although she put out beautiful posts. So I was just wondering if she was there but did not want to be seen. I'm not sure. 855-839-1210. All right. We'll take a quick break, and we have much more. We have a great guest tomorrow. We'll talk about that. But if you've been considering purchasing an electric vehicle, an EV, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to remind you once again, $7,500 in federal tax credits on new electric vehicles. It ends at the end of this month. You have until September 30th. $7,500 toward a new BMW, IM4, i4, i5, or i7. What about a Jaguar I-Pace? What about an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, Mercedes-Benz EQE? Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month and get that EV you've been dreaming of. Browse their extensive vehicle collection, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
A warmer air mass returns to the Delaware Valley this week. It'll be partly sunny today with a high temperature back above average around 80. For tonight, partly cloudy, low 64 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly sunny, warmer and more humid. Chance for a late day shower with a high 83.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
It's engagement season at Family & Company Jewelers. Get proposal ready during their Viraggio Bridal Show. 3 days only, October 9th, 10th, and 11th. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, October 9th, 10th, and 11th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Get ready for
your workouts will...
Stay tuned for...
Are you tired of...
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Bet3 site. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
One of the things he wants us to take away from this, from all of this, is the following. His deep belief that we were all created, every single one of us, before the beginning of time, by the hands of the God of the universe, an all-powerful God, who loved us and created us for the purpose of living with him in eternity. But then sin entered the world and separated us from our Creator. And so God took on the form of a man and came down and lived among us. And he suffered like men. And he died like a man. But on the third day, he rose unlike any mortal man. And to prove any doubters wrong, he ate with his disciples so they could see, and they touched his wounds. He didn't rise as a ghost or as a spirit, but as flesh. And then he rose to the heaven, but he promised he would return. And he will. And when he returns, because he took on that death, because he carried that cross, we were freed from the sin that separated us from him. And when he returns, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and we will all be together, and we are going to have a great reunion there again with Charlie and all the people we love. Thank you, and God bless you.
Preacher Rubio, preach it. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. What I noticed yesterday more than ever, and I think J.D. Vance, Vice President, referenced this as well as others have, that Charlie Kirk essentially gave these individuals permission to mention God, to mention Jesus' name, to mention their faith, which they, I think, were hesitant to do before. And now it's like, no, talk about your faith. It's okay. It's all good. Think about during the pandemic. I know we've talked about this before, how the church is closed. And I think about it, I have to say, did the Pope fight back and say how terrible to close the churches and leave the liquor stores open? Did all the different faith leaders complain about that? Not really. You know who really complained and called everybody out for shutting down churches and synagogues and places of worship? Charlie Kirk did. And so I think that's an important piece of this, trusting our institutions and returning to them. The White House just putting out word about, President Trump's and the Trump administration's participation in this incredible ceremony, day-long ceremony gathering with an estimated 200,000 people inside and out of the State Farm Stadium there in Glendale, Arizona, to celebrate the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk, vowing it'll go on. Public memorial there. It was incredible. From J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, we talked about that reunion between Elon and Trump. I was so glad to see that. And we've been talking about that this morning. How about Tucker Carlson was there? I did not see members from Fox News, by the way. It was Tucker. So I wonder about the politics of that, because Tucker on the outs, and, we heard behind the scenes that Charlie had been on Newsmax, but not on Fox for a while. What was up with that? And then as well, why we didn't see Ivanka's husband, Jared, was there. I did not see our beautiful First Lady, Melania Trump, nor did I see Vivek Ramaswamy. So remember, I had taken that live at some point, and that was when Vivek was with, and I've had, I was one of the first people here, if not the first people, to have Vivek on my show when people didn't know how to say his name properly. But Vivek was on Westchester University's campus locally with Charlie Kirk campaigning. Remember that? So Melania Trump, last point, then I'm going to take your call real quick, but Melania Trump did not travel aboard Air Force One with the president and was not seen at the memorial. Remember, I had told you on the 11th, she had put out some incredible statements, such as Charlie's children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter and silence, where their father's voice should have echoed. Charlie Kirk's life should serve as a symbolic reminder that compassionate awareness elevates family love and country. That statement from our First Lady, Melania Trump. And so should we get to this call really quick? We have to break. I'm sorry. We will get to your phone call and an incredible guest tomorrow. Stay right there. Calls next. Dawn Show. Be right back.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Yeah, the man in the mirror. Let's get to your calls, 855-839-1210. Let's get to Christian. Had a point about a certain man or woman in the mirror.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi. Hi, it's Dawn.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I'm convinced liberals hate mirrors. Because look at the way 50% of them look when they leave the house, and, that can't be by accident. And second, when you have your ugliness and kind of your garbage ideology kind of reflected back at you and it's challenged, a lot of them just simply can't handle that. And they would, rather than, change what that reflection is and kind of what causes that reflection, they would rather smash the mirror. And that's really what we had with the murder of Charlie Kirk, is that they simply could not handle that dismantling of their ideology. And at its bedrock, it broke minds. And that simply can't stand with these people. Because then when you start looking at what the foundational ideas of those are, well, then you've absolutely obliterated someone's life at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, he was such a truth teller. And when you saw him as such an authentic person, and by the way, who gives up the microphone? It's the #1 rule that we're all taught in media: never give up the microphone. You know that, right, Dan? And it's so true, but that was really eloquent. Thank you so much, Christian, for that call and for your input. it was Socrates is credited with saying that when you lose the debate, when you've lost that debate with truth or trying to debate something with facts, then what does the loser do? Well, they go to slander. And so that's, it's accredited to Socrates, but it's really true. And that's what Charlie Kirk, if you think about the Socratic method, I mean, he was somebody who read 100 books a year, very well read and self-taught in so many ways, and so quick. Oh my gosh. 100.
Hold on.
So I was writing this down.
Do you think that's legitimate, the 100 books a year?
Yes.
Like it's almost like a Wilt Chamberlain claim. No. Like you got to think that's 3 books a book every 3 days.
If you listen to him, Dan, he says that's his goal every year. And more recently, he even said that he would not be able to make that number this year because because of the campaign.
That's why I question it though, is because the guy was always moving. And that means you have to read 1 book every 3.5 days. Essentially.
It's amazing. So he must be a speed reader.
Yeah.
But I guess he's traveling a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So if you listen to audiobooks, they just speed it up and you sound like this. You know what I mean? How you speed up the books on tape or whatever, the audio.
Time, yes.
And I have one ad that's airing and it's like, and I'm like, I wish I talked that fast. But no, he read, C.S. Lewis. He goes through, and by the way, his new book is coming out as well. So they're saying that his latest book is coming out, and I know that because he had referred to it, and I was like, oh, I got to get the latest book, but he had said that he was finishing it up. So I guess Erica Kirk and team, I don't know who does the final edit or whatever of it, but he has another book that's coming out.
Wow.
And that'll be incredible. And so will Erica Kirk, or who will speak if there's a book tour, quote unquote, then who would take his place?
Well, if we saw the attendance yesterday, I mean,
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Do you think a book tour of this caliber, if Erica Kirk is the one hitting the road,
Oh my
sell
goodness.
out amphitheaters?
Oh my gosh.
Stadiums?
It won't be
arenas?
It won't be, like we do like, hey, politics and pints. You know what I mean? It won't be that. It'll be like politics, pints, and I don't know. Will it be the
Private jets.
Xfinity Center? Seriously, because it will be
Yeah.
huge across America. Tomorrow, speaking of, we have Dan, thank you. Former Border Patrol Chief Chris Clem is in tomorrow. He's critical of especially Democrats, and some leaders who are pushing these sanctuary policies amid the ICE operations, and warns about the local political rhetoric and how it undermines all of our safety. But he also was on the Trump transition team, worked under RFK Jr., and has his first film role to talk. He has a lot to talk about.
Wait, he's in a film?
Yeah.
Wow.
I read that. So we'll have to talk about it. He's becoming famous.
And it comes via Allie Hopper,
Yeah.
good friend, Guard Against Trafficking of the show. She was one of 3, him being second, on a panel last week in front of the Senate talking about the human trafficking and
the
horrific
missing
situation.
We're not going to give this. Me when I'm so he is going to bring to life. These missing hundreds of thousands of missing children. Can you only imagine if a Republican administration were blamed for hundreds of thousands of children that are missing in America? I mean, this, by the way, they should have like a mass Amber Alert or something, right? These kids are still missing. It's ridiculous.
And just the incompetency that we talk about. And it's,
damn.
Yeah. So this is kind of pushing further that story a little bit with a guy that actually was there on the front lines, Border Patrol Chief at one point.
Thank you for setting him up. He is fantastic, just in general on foreign policy. Really experienced guy. So he's like road warrior level, I'm going to say. And that's saying a lot. 'Cause we love you, John. And also Dom Giordano. We love our own Dom Giordano.
Well, thank you, Dawn. And coming off the big memorial yesterday, Scott Presler, nobody better to take us inside that. He's here at 2. And this guy, Frank Scales, he's just a recent graduate of Roman Catholic. He's the guy that a human wall blocked from going into the Krasner event at a church.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Was that racist, by the way?
Well, Asa Khalif, call your office. He and I have had all kinds of stuff. And Dawn, the guy, it's gone national. New York Post and several others have picked it up.
Awesome. Great Dom show.
Thanks,
Don't
Dawn.
miss it. Dom's next.
Hey, let's be real. Nobody likes getting hit with a huge car repair bill. Your ride is how you get around, right? But what happens when that check engine light pops on or something just stops working? That's where CarShield comes in. They've got this low-cost plan paid month to month that basically saves you from shelling out big bucks for future auto repairs. Think about it. If your engine dies or your AC quits, you could pay almost nothing for the fix. Seriously, almost nothing. No more draining your savings for a surprise breakdown. This is a heads up for everyone out there. If your old warranty is about to run out or you don't have any coverage at all, right now, this protection plan is super affordable. And to sweeten the deal, if you sign up today, you also get free roadside assistance, free towing, and even options for a rental car. No extra charge for any of that. Get smart about your ride and your money. Call CarShield for your free quick quote today. Just dial 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. Future-proof your ride with CarShield. Call 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, it is Dom time, and boy, I have not seen a news day quite like this. We have the Tylenol autism, not till later, but we'll talk about that a little bit. That's going to be announced today. We have the memoriam to Charlie Kirk and related battles still coming off that. Scott Presler was there in the side, and we'll talk with him about the repercussions from that a little bit later on. And we have the guy who was blocked by a human wall from going into a church. And that was at the situation last week with Krasner, the stuff that went on there. Oh, my goodness. All that straight ahead today. Phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. All right, let's start with something you may not have heard played after all this yesterday, and then I'll play some of the things that were most in the fore. Here's Van Jones, and I've always said that Van Jones is a reasonable guy on everything involved. Van Jones yesterday talking about getting racist death threats when Charlie Kirk reached out for a civil debate. Here's what Van Jones said about that.
Van Jones. Van, thank you so much for being with us on this Saturday. Talk to me about your thoughts on getting this message and the timing of it.
Well, look, I mean, it was a little bit of a shock. Obviously, Charlie Kirk and I were not friends. We did not agree on anything. And that last week of his life, we were really going at each other over, what happened with the Ukrainian woman who was murdered. And so the last thing I expected was to hear from him. In fact, we were trying to deal with the wave of death threats and racial stuff that was coming at me in the middle of that controversy when my team called and said that he had been shot. So that was the opposite of what anybody wanted, and we immediately, denounced that killing. But it was the next day when suddenly my team called back and said, Charlie Kirk was trying to reach you the day before he died. I was like, what? So he was trying to reach you. He had sent you a message. And so I saw the message, and it was a message saying, let's talk about this civilly, let's come on my show, let's be gentlemen. And he said, let's disagree agreeably. And, this is a weekend to kind of praise the good in Charlie Kirk. There's going to be a long conversation about his exact role and the things that people, that he's done that people do not like. But I thought it was important to put that into the public record. That for all the talk now about censorship, he wasn't trying to censor me. He wasn't saying I shouldn't have a show. He was saying, come on my show. For all the talk of civil war, he wasn't talking about violence. He was talking about conversation. And so there's been this attempt, there's almost like two Charlie Kirks. One who, is the guy sending me this. There's another Charlie Kirk.
Gotcha. Okay, Henry. There we go. Van Jones reaching out on that. The other was an MSNBC panel reacting to Erica Kirk saying that she forgives the killer. This is cut 16.
Sorry, give me a second here, Dom. I got a lot of cuts to go through here. They're all not in order.
Yeah, cut 16. Talking about on MSNBC, this is moments after Erica Kirk talked about the idea of forgiving, that she forgives the killer, which I'd love to get you in on. That is as noble as it gets. I cannot be a liar and say I would forgive the killer of Roe. I would not. I know what we're called to do, but I know how I feel about that, and I would not. It is very noble, very consistent. But again, I am not going to be the one to say that I have any sense that that's how I would feel about it. All right, little technical problem we'll get to. So 855-839-1210. New York Post yesterday saying that what we have here is the media not taking a look at the signs with the death of Charlie Kirk. What has happened here? The silent majority is not a silent minority. In other words, look at the outpouring, look at the stuff that's going on, look at the increasing numbers of chapters. It is overwhelming. That did not stop Mikey Sherrill from going on a rant on Twitter that made a lot of news over the weekend, condemning, and I think taking out of context, several of the remarks that Charlie Kirk made after we told you on Friday she voted for the resolution, which included calling him a patriotic American. And we have a lot of sound from the debate yesterday. Jack Ciattarelli is ahead in the first poll that we've seen by a point. These things are all random, margin of error. There's going to be a big rally October 10th at the Seaport down on the boardwalk in North Wildwood. I'll be there. Rich, Matt Rooney among the speakers. So we'll give you more details on that tomorrow. But New York Post is right on point, telling us that, yes, it is the silent majority. Now, maybe a close majority, who knows, across America. But what we played out yesterday gives us a very good idea that this is on the rise, that this is definitely on the rise. As I mentioned, autism will dominate later this afternoon. I'm in touch with Dr. Oz's office. Dr. Oz will be on the show tomorrow. I don't know the time yet. He'll be there with RFK Jr. And from what I can make out, not officially, Tylenol is going to be the new element introduced here that connects to autism. I am going to read everything I can between now and tomorrow that makes that connection. But I do think there's some evidence, even Sanjay Gupta. I don't think this is wild stuff, but it's going to cause an unbelievable earthquake. And the part you're not being told enough about is that this is part they also are going to offer up what is a treatment. I don't think they're going to say a cure for kids, people with autism. It's a cancer drug usually used. I think that's going to make as much news. Be ready for that. Now, we had Dr. Siegel on Friday, and Dr. Siegel told me from Fox he couldn't say everything about this because he was in touch inside the Trump administration, but he talked about genetic factors. He talked about Tylenol. So this is all coming down as we speak. And I am, I'm a bit skeptical of some of the RFK Jr. stuff, but on this, I don't think this is wild at all. Now, it depends on how it's couched, what is said, and the president revealing that yesterday. All right. Let me give you the side question. We got a lot to play from yesterday. Ray Dinninger here. Henry, how are we doing there? Still no? It's a computer thing or?
Yeah, it's a cloud thing actually.
Right.
Yeah, so give me a second.
Okay, all right. So Bernie Perrant, who was on my show a multitude of times, passed away suddenly. I didn't know he was ill. I just saw him at the Conklin thing in April. He was there over in Glenside. Yeah, the big theater there. Yeah, and this is a shock, just an all-time great and a character. So the side question today is, hit us with that all-time accent. Now, you can't just call in and blurt it. If you want to do it a little bit, too, that's fine. But hit us with the accent that you think just makes it for you, that is so critically important. And I'm going to take off the board Sean Connery. I've always loved the Sean Connery accent. I think it's an unbelievable accent, and I think it's just, whether in the Untouchables, whether in so many Connery, even the Bond part of it, even so much that they spoofed it on Saturday Night Live. So that's mine. You can hit us with that. Your thoughts from over the weekend, though, with Charlie Kirk. It's incredible. Ready? All right, so this is Cut 17. Here is the widow, Erica Kirk, absolving her husband's suspected assassin. Hold on a second. And just the president said he wouldn't do this. It was honest. Now, he said he hates his political opponents and all, probably inappropriate on this, but on that day. But the ability to do this and say this, and I believe to be truthful, is remarkable, is genuine. I just am answering, I couldn't do that. And I'm asking you, could you or would you do that? It's noble, it's better, but something inside just tells me I can't lie. I can't say this was it is inspirational, but I'm not inspired enough to say that, yes, my first instinct is punishment. Then you can think after that. I'm just hoping the attorneys for this guy, and I wanted to make one point about this guy, and all that's going on over the weekend on Sunday. This dropped the Daily Wire with a story that the guy who was stalking Kavanaugh, Judge Kavanaugh, remember that? Trying to kill Kavanaugh, is someone who is now identifying or has for a while as trans. Here we go again. I'm not going to say that the numbers are hundreds of thousands of people or whatever, but it is stunning the number of people that are connected to this issue, that are engaged in violence, mental illness, thinking about violence. It's all right there. So here we go again with this story that the Daily Wire broke of the, I guess we'll call it alleged. I don't know if there's been a trial yet on that. The person stalking, remember that with the abortion decision, is now said to be trans. How many times are we going to be hit with this before we start to take a look at what are some clear-cut connections here, at least in a number of ways. All right, so here is the moment with Erica Kirk.
That young man. That young man. On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him.
All right, that was clearly, aside from all the other stuff, that was the highlight yesterday. All right, lot to talk about. Watching the Eagles yesterday, remarkable. Just seeing these idiots from L.A., which we'll talk about, with Ray Didinger, and the passing of Bernie Perrott. So all-time accent. Henry, do you have an accent?
Yeah, I got two. Let me take the low-hanging fruit off the board here first. Let me take famed actor and former governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, it's a big
That's
one.
one accent I actually wish I could do. It's not in my arsenal, I don't think, so I'm not even trying to attempt it. The other one that I'm going to take off the board, kind of niche, but it was the first one I thought of when I heard the side question, and that would be Steve Martin's Pink Panther. I don't know why. It's just got this, this Jacques Rousseau. He's got this real thick French accent over the top, and he can't say the word hamburger. So I don't know why I think of that as just a really famous accent.
Sort of. It's a little bit random, but that's okay.
Oh, it's very random, but it's the first thing that popped in my head.
Okay. All right, so 855-839-1210. You can hit us with that. But when you call, your reaction, were you watching the memorial yesterday? That is the high point. That is the critical point. I don't know how many people will preach that, say Catholic Church, whatever. Are they going to say that's a demand? I kind of see it as a higher order of what you could strive for. And I'm admitting that I look inside myself and I don't see that. All right, is that a failing or is that a human emotion with this? And she has risen above it. I take her at her word. And I think it plays into what her mission is to reach these young men. Got a special guest coming on tomorrow. It's going to talk about, she's on Fox now, but she was talking yesterday about young women reached by Charlie Kirk. And that is even harder when you look at the polling, you look at everything that you can imagine. A lot from the debate last night with Mikey Sherrill, and Josh Shapiro jumps into the ring. Big interview. I think they gave him almost a half hour on Meet the Press. This guy and the truth are so distant. This guy is such a political menace. He is the real deal as far as he has to be defeated in this governor's race. That is the biggest thing on my mind. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
When the whistle blows, the savings begin at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar, has the playbook, and you score big during the Blow the Whistle sales event.
Here's a customer who's got the ball. Look at these offers.
A brand new 2025 Hyundai Palisade for $399 a month. A 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe for only $299 a month.
And she scores with a 2025 Hyundai Tucson for only $199 per month, only at Colonial Hyundai.
Oh, wow. Here comes a trade that has taken some heavy hits.
No worries. Colonial Hyundai will give you $6,500 for your trade. Guaranteed, no matter the condition.
Touchdown! And every new Hyundai comes with the best protection in the game. America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Get off the sidelines, run to Colonial Hyundai in Downingtown, or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
C-O-L-O-N-I-A-L, Colonial.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin. Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom, 855-839-1210. You get in. When will California ban Antifa's masking? Just asking. When are they going to do that? They're banning the masks of ICE agents. We know why ICE is adopting the mask, because they want to dox not just them, but their kids even. When is Antifa and their little cosplaying going to stop? When is that going to stop? When are they going to engage in saying no? Isn't that consistent? Just a random thought here. All right, here's the elusive Cut 16 we were talking about. Here are the people involving, they're on MSNBC as the Erica Kirk moment happens at the memorial, and they're remarking about this, that they're just blown away by it. Cut 16.
Surprised that in Trumpian style, he overall stuck to the teleprompter. He had notable deviations when it came to pushing his, new announcement on autism, from saying that Charlie Kirk supported tariffs to, deviating about crime around the country. But for him, is that about as disciplined as a Trump that you would see in an address like that?
I think so. And look, Charlie Kirk went to a great number of rallies for Donald Trump. He wanted this man to get back into office. He held Turning Point USA events that essentially were Trump rallies, but in name of Turning Point under their banner. I think what honestly I'll take away from tonight is watching the weight of a woman, a mother, lose her husband. Most people cannot say they've experienced losing a spouse at this young of an age. And I don't know who we are to suggest how somebody should respond in real time. 1 week after her husband's passing, she went in front of a crowd of 40 to 50,000 people watching all over the world. And she delivered remarks in which she forgave the assassin that shot her husband.
I thought
killed him.
it was just remarkable.
A remarkable moment, because in so many ways where America stands in 2025 is how do we respond going forward? And the woman that just lost her husband stood there in front of the world and said, I forgive. And because her Christian faith teaches her to love your enemy and not hate your enemy, and to love those that persecute you. And I think what was stunning about the tension that exists here in 2025 was to listen to Erica Kirk, a big supporter of the president, be followed 15, 20 minutes later by the president of the United States, clearly somebody who she loves, but come out and directly say, I disagree with Charlie Kirk and I disagree with you, Erica, and say, I hate my opponents. And I think that says a lot about where we are and the questions about where we go moving forward. The Erica Kirk route or the Donald Trump route.
All right, so shot there at the end, but the Erica Kirk part of this, that is a high standard. It is a very, very high standard. I wouldn't couch it as, well, that's what you must follow, as much as something to strive for. All right, so here is, this is cut 25. Here is John Carl yesterday. I guess this was on, I think he's on the rotation filling in this week, but his commentary on Charlie Kirk and still dying on this hill to say this was not a political act. In what universe was this not a political act? It was around the trans issue, maybe some other issues, but it was to silence a political position, not just some random thing, not just I hate Charlie Kirk, but it's what Charlie Kirk, outside of religion, talked about. But here's John Carl still giving the left an opportunity to say, oh, by the way, in the debate, so that I make this point clear, Jack should be on this week. And I realize he's running, Jack Ciattarelli. Both he and Mikey Sherrill were asked about stuff like this. And Mikey Sherrill, of course, was talking about hate crimes. Jack said he would support hate crime legislation for things like this, as I understand. I would not. I'm never going to support hate crime legislation. I'm not. It's ridiculous. If you kill someone, you ought to get the death penalty. Yeah, but if you don't have the hate crime there, then we seem to lose interest on this. Well, that's what we have to fight to get back to it. I just don't see this. I realize the states he's in, you got to say hate crime, hate speech, all that stuff. But otherwise, it was a remarkable debate by Jack Ciattarelli yesterday. Particularly, we'll play you some cuts a little bit later, telling the world how much money Mikey Sherrill has made while sitting on committees that are directly involved with the stock exchanges that she engaged in. All right, so here is John Carl telling us this is not a political act.
Welcome to This Week. Later today, family, friends, and supporters of Charlie Kirk will gather in Glendale, Arizona for his memorial. The 31-year-old activist's murder shocked the nation, and it was condemned by sensible and compassionate people in and out of politics and across the political spectrum. It has also been senselessly celebrated by some, a small minority who didn't like what Kirk stood for.
Much bigger.
And thought it was somehow therefore justified. Celebrating or excusing violence is abhorrent. The murder of Charlie Kirk was not a political act. It was a gruesome crime. His alleged killer now faces the death penalty. Our thoughts this morning are with the Kirk family, especially his two young children who will now grow up without their father. Whatever you think of his political views, and there are many who were deeply offended by things he said, Charlie Kirk was an unwavering advocate for free speech. On a personal note, he was always willing to engage with me and answer my questions. He welcomed debate with those he disagreed with. He did not try to silence his critics. He listened to them and tried to change their minds. As Charlie Kirk's body is laid to rest, that core principle is under attack in America.
All right. So as far as that last part, that's consistent with what everybody's saying. But this is a political act. It's both an act of silent speech, but it's based upon the politics of this. And John Carl is saying that, I think, because he's trying to deflect and get away from the fact that this is coming from the left. And a lot of this stuff is coming from the left. And more of it might be coming from the left. We're going to bring you Frank Scales. young conservative here in Philadelphia, and I think we have some footage of that to kind of preview. Henry, this is cut 4, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. He'll be here at 1:30. I'm told that Larry Krasner and his minions, well, this story started to go national. It's a town hall. I was going to go to that when I couldn't at the last minute. Would I have been denied entry to that? I know the guy blocking him, Asa Khalif. He and I have had friendly sparring over the years. They form a human wall at a church and tell him he's not going to be allowed in because they don't like his viewpoint. Here's how it looked, and here's how it sounded.
You're not coming in. You're not coming in.
You're not coming in.
You're not coming into our sacred spaces. You're not coming in.
Sacred spaces.
You're not coming in. You're not coming in.
Why not? Why can't I come in? Because I said you're not.
This is Larry Krasner's town hall at Mother Bethel Church at Society Hill.
Sacred spaces. You're not coming to our sacred spaces.
Where are you? Where were you yesterday?
You're not coming in our sacred space, as simple as that. Because I said you're not coming in. I'm saying you're not coming in.
Okay, we get the flavor of it. So there's a human wall there, and I might surprise you. I am not a fan of the Civil Affairs Police. They have a job to do that's difficult. I'll explain why. They're the people that are supposed to stop things like this from happening. It took them forever to say, hey, Asa, you can't be doing that. What? Clear them the hell out of there. Get them off the church steps. It's a town hall. It's an open public meeting. Frank Scales and others have every right to be there. Now, if they're out of line, speak out of turn, you can remove them, even arrest them if you have to. I've had experience with the Civil Affairs Police. I had Tom Corbett here at the Art Museum. Yeah, the Art Museum of all places, one of our events. These people unwrap all kinds of banners and start screaming. And the head of the Civil Affairs tells me I'm going to give each one of them a minute to speak. There were like 60 of them. Are you kidding me? They're scared to death of Krasner. How in the world can you block Frank Scales from going into that church, which was a built town hall? Sacred place. These are not sacred places, ministers, when you're in connivance with Larry Krasner. It's sacred with Larry Krasner sitting there in the front of the church? I don't think so. All right, so what's going to be done about this in Philadelphia? Where's the outcry, except New York Post? It's starting to go national. Where are the Inquirer and the others? Now, Talk Radio 1210 is on this. Frank will be here at 1:30 today. He's a recent graduate of Roman Catholic. But this sort of out. These are the very same people about saying it, Jimmy Kimmel. But Larry Krasner and his minions, including Asa Khalif, who has had all kinds of run-ins with the police. Asa, come on now, that's true. They let him and these other people block entrance to this event. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Coming up, the great Ray Didinger. Because yesterday in Philadelphia, we saw something that was unparalleled. It's just shocking as much as you see an NFL football game. It's a story that's incredible. We'll have him break that down. And also, Ray, I think, has written about, knew very well, an all-time character, an all-time sports icon, Bernie Perrance, who was on my show several times. We needed to put closed captioning there. And that's the side question today. All-time accent, the French-Canadian accent. All right? You can hit us with that. Get in early this week. Get your name into the hat. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
The Drive into Fall sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, you can get an ultra-low payment lease on a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe. Only $349 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2024 Dodge Hornet RT and lease for just $179 a month for 24 months. But hurry in, these offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A warmer air mass returns to the Delaware Valley this week. It'll be partly sunny today with a high temperature back above average around 80. For tonight, partly cloudy, low 64 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly sunny, warmer and more humid. Chance for a late day shower with a high 83.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Of course, the Eagles yesterday, the other story in town, the memoriam. You may have been switching back and forth. Hard to believe. Just hard to believe. It's not just the grit, resilience of the Eagles, which is without doubt. It's the LA Rams. The NFL is not, trust me, not made up of all rocket scientists who are always on top of it. Now, the way that I see it, they get flustered. They mess up big time. I don't know if Ray Dininger, who's plays spinner, is going gangbusters. We'll tell you where. And Tommy and me out there. Also, the passing of Bernie Perrant. Just an all-timer. It almost seems prehistoric now. We had Jim Watson down last year at Mulligan's talking about the glory days of the Flyers. But this guy, you know, when they talk about a goalie standing on his head, if you lived through that era, it was beyond remarkable stuff, what he was able to achieve. And then afterwards, so much in demand. Let's go to Ray Dininger here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ray, welcome in. My takeaway yesterday, not only the positive, the Eagles, but maybe some people in the NFL are a bit overrated, like the LA Rams and the coaching staff, et cetera. Maybe?
Well, they're a good team, Dom, and they'll be in the playoffs. I mean, they'll be playing in January, and the Eagles very well may see them again. I mean, they're a good team.
I meant their decision making, the head coach, et cetera, Ray. I just either that or Nick Sirianni is just the second coming of Vince Lombardi. It's starting to look that way. He takes advantage. The Eagles staff takes advantage of the slightest miscues of the coaching staff of the other teams, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that's true. And I mean, if you you could talk about this game and examine this game and do studies on this game for weeks and weeks. And there's that many ways to pick it apart. But if you really look at what it comes down to, I mean, yes, obviously the blocked field goal and Jordan Davis blocking a field goal and returning it for the touchdown. I mean, just crazy stuff.
Hey,
but,
Ray,
I mean,
do you
look at it,
do you like the new age? We're supposed to believe that Jordan Davis was running, I think it's 18.72 miles per hour.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know that. Yeah, they have these what they call next generation stats now that they're people are trying to reinvent and find new ways to look at football. I still look at it the old school way, but I mean it's cool if you can do that. I mean to think about a guy that big that can run that fast. But when you look at the statistics of this game, one of the things that jumps out at me is I really do think the game is very often decided by who is the most productive inside the 20. The thing they always call about the red zone. And you get inside the 20, if you're kicking field goals, you're not winning games. I mean, you get inside the 20, you got to score. And in yesterday's game, I mean, the Rams were inside the 20 4 times. They scored 1 touchdown.
Yep.
The Eagles were inside the 20 3 times. They scored 3 touchdowns. And that's I mean, people say it's oversimplifying it, but it's not. I mean, you get that many opportunities, you've got to come away with points. And the Eagles did, and the Rams didn't. And in the end, that was the difference.
Yeah, without a doubt. Ray, the game yesterday, too, the perspective of Davis, when we look at the big picture, signed to a deal, I think it's around $12 million. This guy losing weight, now coming into his potential. Is that Howie Roseman again, well ahead of the curve, figuring that out and signing him? Yeah,
I think that. And they, he's been here. He's been here for a couple of years now, so they've had an opportunity to work with him. They see what kind of a kid he is. They see the kind of character and determination that he has, and they felt comfortable signing him for the money, giving him the money, picking up the last year of his option, because he's played well. But what they said with him, what they said, and what he heard when they said it was, you have played well to this point, but you could be better. You could be better. I mean, if you lost a little weight, you got in a little bit better shape, you could play more snaps in the game, and maybe you'd be a better pass rusher. He was already a good run defender. I mean, he's a massive guy, and you can't block him pretty much.
Exactly.
But they said, if you could get a little quicker off the ball here and lose a little weight and get more pressure on the quarterback, you'd be even better, and you'd be fresher in the fourth quarter. When we need you to get the pressure on the quarterback. And I mean, you tell a lot of the modern day athletes that stuff, and it goes in one ear and out the other. And to this kid, to his credit, I mean, he went in the offseason. He lost 30 pounds, Dom. Now that's not. I mean, you got to work at that. That just doesn't happen. I mean, you have to work at that. And when he came back this summer, I mean, I when I saw him, I was amazed. I mean, he really looked like a different guy, and he has played really good. I mean, through 3 games, he has played really good, and he's played a lot of snaps, especially the first game against Dallas when Jalen Carter gets tossed out of the game before it even starts, and that put even more pressure on Davis. He had to play even more snaps, and he played great. He played really good in Kansas City, and then yesterday probably played the best game of his career, and then at the end of the game when everything's on the line with the field goal, he blocks it and runs it in for a touchdown.
It is stunning. Ray, sadly, in the middle of all this, I mean, I saw him in April, the Joe Conklin event over at the Keswick. I didn't know that he was ill or whatever, but what is it that made Bernie Perrant, now, the last championship, I guess, about 50 years ago, endure here in Philadelphia that he was an icon still?
Oh, man, there's a lot that goes into it, Dom. I mean, for a guy to have that kind of fame and engender that kind of affection for more than half a century now. I mean, that's the amazing part. Is it isn't like he was ever forgotten. I mean, he was as popular this week as he was coming down Broad Street with the Stanley Cup. I mean, people loved him that much. And there are a couple things about it. You start with the athletic achievement. You start with the kind of player that he was. And he was, and listen, this might sound like I'm being partisan Philadelphia. Trust me, it's not. I mean, I've been a professional journalist for a long time. So I can, I'd like the Philly teams to win, but I'm pretty objective in terms of evaluating athletic performance. And I will tell you that the 2 years that the Flyers won those cups, 73, 74, 75, in that stretch, Bernie Parent was the best goaltender I ever saw. I mean, you can take Esposito, you can take Dryden, you can take Hasek, all of these guys, all of the Patrick Waugh, Martin Brodeur. I mean, all of those guys, and they're all good. I mean, they're all great. I mean, they're all in the Hall of Fame. But I never saw anybody that was better than Bernie was those 2 years. And, I mean, if you just look at the numbers, I mean, I tell people the numbers now, and if I did it the other day at the play on Sunday. We had a moment of silence for Bernie at the play, and I did my post-show talk to the audience largely about Bernie's career, and I read off some of the numbers, and people were gasping that they couldn't. You think about this. That in the 1973-74 season, there were 78 games in the regular season. Bernie played 73 of the 78 games. 73 of the 78 games. He set the league record for wins in a season. He had 12 shutouts. And for a team that broke all of the penalty minute records, which means that the whole team was playing. He was playing shorthanded for a whole season. I mean, the whole team was in the penalty box, and his goals against average was 1.89. And then he comes back the next year, 74, 75, and he does it again. Over the course of those two seasons, if you combine the regular season with the postseason, Bernie's goals against average was below 2, and he had 28 shutouts. And he won the Vezina Trophy as the outstanding goalie both years, and he won the Conn Smythe Trophy for postseason, the MVP of the postseason both years, and he won both clinching games. The first year beating Boston 1-0, and the next year beats Buffalo 2-0 in a game where the Flyers scored the second goal with like 40 seconds to go. That was also basically a 1-0 game. So he won those two by shutout when he had zero margin for error. I mean, there have been a lot of great goalies that have come along. I've seen them all, but Bernie, for those 2 years, was absolutely the best I ever saw.
Well,
but the other part of it was, in addition to what I was just saying, was the athletic achievement, which is obvious. He was such a warm and wonderful person,
and the accent, of course.
Yes, that's a big part of it. And and when he came to my play the other night, I asked him. Well, the first show was going to be Wednesday night, and I called him up and I said, "Hey, Bernie, we're doing this play. It's about a guy that you actually played with in Toronto. I'd love it if you could come out and be there, and we'll do a little Q&A after, and it would help to get the whole run off to a great start." And Bernie said, "I'll be there. Where is it? What time do you need me?" He shows up, and he came out on the stage. And he got the biggest standing ovation you could ever imagine. And it made me, as sad as I was yesterday when I heard the news, and I was really sad because he and I were good friends. The only thing I could think of was, it was great that he got that last moment. That he had that on Wednesday, he walked out there and got that huge cheer, and he just got this big smile on his face. And at the end of the evening, when we finished the Q&A and we were saying our goodbyes, the last image I had of Bernie as I was heading out the door was him standing on the edge of the stage, signing autographs, posing for pictures, and showing people his Stanley Cup ring. I mean, he was doing that. They were getting ready to turn the lights out, and Bernie was still there talking to people. I mean, that's the kind of guy he was, and that's a big part of. In addition to the athletic achievement, in addition to his hockey greatness, he was just such a warm, wonderful, open person that's why people remember.
Without a doubt, every time that I had him on. So, Ray, the play going great guns. Where can we find Spinner? And then Tommy and Me is coming up right behind it.
It really is. I didn't plan it this way. It just sort of happened this way. But the two of them are running back to back. Spinner is running right now at the Delaware Theater Company in Wilmington, which is a beautiful theater right off I-95. The play is running now and will continue to run through October the 5th. And then Tommy and Me, which has been around, we're celebrating our 10th anniversary. Wow. This is the 10th year of Tommy and Me.
Unbelievable.
And we are coming back to where we were in January. We're coming back to People's Light in Malvern. And that will be starting on October the 7th and running through October the 19th. And with Spinner, we're having a lot of special guests that are coming to the performances. And after the show, we go on stage and do a Q&A with the audience. So, as I said, we had Bernie on Wednesday night. We'll have Mark Bowden, the author of Black Hawk Down, on Wednesday. We'll have Joe and Jimmy Watson on Thursday night.
Just make sure people shake Jimmy Watson's hand and then report what that feels like. I've never felt anything like that. We had him at Mulligan's, as you know. My goodness.
Oh yeah, it's a crusher. I mean, him and Joey, and they obviously played against Brian Spencer, the subject of Spinner, and they come from the same part of British Columbia, that rural lumber country where they found their way to the NHL just like he did. So they can talk a lot about that whole thing, and they're just great guys, and I'm sure we'll talk an awful lot about Bernie. So we'll be there. We're doing Spinner now, and it's going to be there through the 5th of October. So it's Delaware Theater Company in Wilmington. Please come out and see the play. We've had a couple of great performances, and the audiences really enjoyed it. So I hope folks can come out and see it.
Absolutely, Ray. We'll continue to say that, Ray. Thank you so much, as always.
Always great to be with you, Dom. Take care.
You, Ray. Ray Dininger here on Talk Radio 1210 after a big day yesterday. And Spinner, if you love Tommy and Me, you're going to love Spinner. All right, I'm coming to your calls next at 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. So I would bet, as far as I can tell, people I talked with this morning, the announcement today is going to be twofold on autism. Tylenol, and then the part two, what is a new therapy? That should make as much news for autism. Expect that this is going to be a 5-alarm fire, as you can imagine. I'm happy to see where RFK Jr. is going with this. I want to see the documentation. Even Dr. Gupta and others have said, Dr. Siegel on my show on Friday, less is more during pregnancy, try to avoid, but is that going to cause guilt? It's a sensitive thing. So coming to your calls next, Talk Radio 1210.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-4067 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano with you. Coming up, our buddy Scott Presler at 2 o'clock today. And Scott, in the center of it out there in Glendale, Arizona yesterday. He'll take you behind the scenes and what he thinks of the send-off for Charlie Kirk. Joe Concha, love him on Fox, will be here because we're seeing more of the ladies on The View, hundreds of other people now trying to push back on the sainted Jimmy Kimmel. All right, as we continue forward with this nonsense with him, will ABC tag him back in without an apology, without a donation that the Sinclair people talked about? One other thing coming from the Charlie Kirk thing yesterday and his wife, I just saw this, and maybe you've never called before. I'd love to hear. I mean, I am so adamant on this. Wall Street Journal reporting that people are saying you have to wait, or they are determining they have to wait to have financial success before they get married, rather than you get married, you love the person, everything's a gamble, come on, and you are rolling the dice. I don't mean crazy, but I think that's what love is. You got to wait to do it. What's your 401k say today? Oh, no, we can't get married yet. Oh, my God. Wall Street Journal, I'm really today, and it kind of ties in to the whole Kirk thing. I'll let you go in a second here, Henry. So that sort of approach is becoming more widespread with both people working fully, et cetera, rather than achieving it together. You know, there's a lot of hurdles due to inflation, Biden, Democrats, regulation, and all that, to feeling financially solvent enough to get married. I get it. But if you're going to put the added burden in there, the two of us better have financial success before getting married. Then, oh, well, I think the clock is ticking then on the other part of this, which is having kids. Henry, the rebuttal?
Yeah, no, not so much as a rebuttal, but like, I mean, I get it. I get putting, the cart before the horse in this scenario, having kids.
Well, you probably should have like a nuclear family to raise kids. I understand it that you can't raise, you can't be rich in love as much as you used to be. You got to be rich in money a little bit. So I get it to an extent.
Okay, so you're in the camp that says
I'm not in the camp, but I understand the camp.
And what am I missing here? It's already bad enough, tough enough to feel that you're, sort of ready to be married financially. But then there's a different flavor to this, that you be financially successful at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's kind of a sense of, man, I just lost my train of thought. Like, come back to me on this one.
Okay,
I lost my train of thought.
All right, so 855-839-1210. Maybe you never called before. Is that your view? I mean, we already have enough hurdles to get married. I'm saying this, and I saw it on Fox this morning, and they were saying it because of Charlie Kirk saying, essentially, roll the dice, get married, have kids. I'm in agreement with that. Not wildly. We're not talking about wild stuff here. But in general, at some point, isn't that what you do when you get married? That's my stance on it. I mean, I just knew I was going to marry Roe, come hell or high water. There was nothing, I wouldn't say instantly. Took me 5 minutes.
Is the expense of a marriage enough of a deterrent to not do it?
Well, then you mean a big wedding?
Any wedding, really.
Yeah, well, don't do the wedding that big. I mean,
all right.
Let's have every 10 minutes as you think of them, and people can help hurdles to getting married. So the wedding, I really have
just go elope.
If you have to, you have to. If you're, Roe's father paid for a lot of it, but I know that's not, out of bounds now. You got to limit the wedding to pick a figure even now.
Oh, man.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I can't wait until I have to have a $25,000 wedding.
We live in a society that encourages it.
All right, you got to help me. I need to hear some female callers of this. Is that true? Did you have to? Oh, no, it's got to be a big wedding and all that type of stuff. What are the hurdles? What is it you have to check the box of? And the Wall Street Journal story today seems to indicate people are saying financial success, not just, well, we both have a job, we're getting by and all that. I get it. These are real concerns. But if you don't do it, the clock ticks. And then what happens? When is the right time?
Yeah, then there's no right time.
I think the right time. You know what? I tell people this for president even. I've told several of these guys that ask me, go for it. I'm not going to sit there. I'm sitting there saying, oh, no, I'm not going for it in 2012, right? Mm-hmm. I'm waiting till 2016. Christy, what happens? Trump comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And your whole life, you've been building toward president. What happens? Bang, Trump is there. And you go, uh-oh, I'm done.
Yeah.
When it's there, and by there, I mean, not wild, but
it's attainable.
It's attainable. It's a decent shot. You got to take your shot.
Yeah. Plus, worst case scenario, I mean, when you go on TV networks, it'll say former candidate for president next to your name on the chyron.
Exactly, right. And he waited and waited. Thank God in some ways. He would have been the nominee, I think. All right, Henry, any other hurdles occur to you? That was a good one.
No, not quite yet.
Okay.
I'll have to keep brainstorming.
Are you in the hurdle camp to getting married or in the camp that says no? You love each other, go for it. 855-839-1210. Particularly love to hear from females. I think it comes down to a choice. Yeah, but I want the wedding. All right. Wait for that. Clock is ticking year after year after year. Is that what you're going to do? All right. Don't hit me. And so I want you to call in and hit us on the side question. Coming off Bernie Perrant, all-time accent. The guy had a heck of a French-Canadian accent. I said Sean Connery. You heard Henry's. We'll get Sean's. All that coming up. 1:30, you're going to meet Frank Scales. He's the guy, just out Roman Catholic, who they formed a human wall to stop him from getting in to the Larry Krasner town hall. It's out there because of the footage. He's pretty funny, Henry, too. You cut this. In that he fakes like this, like he's running back to one side or the other of the human wall. All right, 855. Any hurdles? Coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Our office computers were from like 2012.
What? They had computers then?
Yeah, I don't know much about new tech.
Apparently.
So I went to Staples and saved big on an AI-powered HP laptop and HP OfficeJet Pro printer, which also came with 3 months of free instant ink.
And we're back in this century. During Staples HP Tech Event, save up to 35% on HP printers and up to 40% on AI-powered HP PCs.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Until 11/1, select models only.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
September's here, and so are the savings at Hester Chevrolet. Cruise into fall with a 0 down payment lease on a new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, just $299 a month, or a new 2025 Chevy Trax, just $259 a month, or lease a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $399 a month for 39 months. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia, or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! It's engagement season at Family & Company Jewelers. Get proposal ready during the Viraggio Bridal Show. 3 days only, October 9th, 10th, and 11th. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands, on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, October 9th, 10th, and 11th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. I'm serious. Henry and I have been talking here. He'll give you any more hurdles. That's his task. You can hit me with one or call in. To marriage, does it have to be financial success to say, yep, the two of you are sure that that's covered, as sure as you can be, before you get married? What the heck? You're not going to get married too easily then. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Hit us on the side question. All right, Josh Shapiro, the grand man. It seemed to me Meet the Press came and taped him on a Friday or something. It wasn't even live, and they gave him a half hour, it seemed. He's that much in demand. This is Cut 13. Listen to what Shapiro says. Yeah. I was on a Spanish language radio program the other day, and how afraid the host was of President Trump. Listen to Shapiro.
We are selectively firing people because of their viewpoints. And in addition to having Jimmy Kimmel no longer on the air, I think there's a deeper issue here I wanted to just take a moment on. I was on a Spanish language radio program in the Allentown area, the Lehigh Valley here in Pennsylvania, just the other day. The host was asking me a bunch of questions about the work we're doing here in Pennsylvania. And he said something really chilling to me, that he now has to think about what topics he's going to discuss because he's fearful he might offend federal regulators or offend the president. Now, this wasn't that type of a program where we were engaged in a lot of that conversation, but the fact that you have journalists now who will think, do I really want to probe some elected leader on that particular topic because it could offend federal regulators? Do I want to tell that joke because it might put someone off? Do I want to adjust my views to be more on the right-wing side of the political conversation to curry favor with these federal regulators?
That's right.
That in many ways is even more dangerous than silencing one person. No disrespect, of course, to Jimmy Kimmel and his
Jimmy
powerful
Kimmel.
voice. I think we're at a really dangerous moment here, and censorship and what we're seeing from the federal government only serves to further divide us and make us less safe and erode our fundamental freedoms here in this country. And for a Republican Party led by Donald Trump, who loved for decades to, cloak themselves in this blanket of patriotism and freedom. Heck, Donald Trump was talking about free speech in his inaugural address, what was that, 7 or 8 months ago. And now, to see how quickly they are eroding one of the foundational guideposts of our nation should scare everyone. Whether you agree with the president or not, whether you voted for him or not, we are all less safe and less free because of the actions of this administration.
All right, you read the talking point. How many times can you put it into the record there, Josh? This guy is a piece of work, a major piece of work, so much so that MSNBC wanted to get him on Kamala Harris, attacking her, etc. So I think that's why they went through hoops to get him on. We're supposed to believe this guy's telling him off air. He's afraid he better say right-wing stuff here on his Spanish language show. Otherwise, Trump is going to come down and take him out of that studio, just like Jimmy Kimmel. When really, we know who took Jimmy Kimmel out. How many times do we have to say that? ABC. Are they going to continue with that? We'll ask Joe Concha from Fox that at 2:30 today. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Now, we're going to have on some of our buddies tomorrow. I guess they're exhausted from the debate yesterday with Jack. This will be cut 18, Henry. With Jack Ciattarelli, there was a lot in the first debate with Mikey Sherrill. And again, there's a new poll out that has Ciattarelli ahead by a point, telling me we've seen 6, 7, 8 polls. This is going to be close. It is a turnout election. But here's one of the things that is inescapable, and this already is in ads. It ought to be in more ads, that Ciattarelli brought up yesterday about Mikey Sherrill and how much money she and her husband have made, millions, in the stock market, while she has sat on the very committees that are interrelated. The argument is to some of the stock trades that the husband, at least, has been making. Are we really going to believe, well, he's in charge of that? She wants to run the state, but only the husband can run their own personal finances. All right, here's what Ciattarelli said.
It doesn't matter because I'm going to make sure that he doesn't get to serve again when I win for governor in November of this year.
There's another big difference between her public service and my public service. It actually cost me money the time I put in and took away from my company. In the 7 years that she's been in Congress, she's tripled her net worth. There's another big difference between the two of us, okay? She broke the law. She had to pay fines for violating federal law on stock trades and stock reporting, and the New York Times reports that while you're sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, you were trading defense stocks.
Okay, so there you go. And this should be talked about again and again and again. It's a miniature Pelosi. It's the same thing. I am stunned that Mikey Sherrill, running for office, career-wide, knows she's going to run for governor, would still engage in this and think she's going to get away with it. Well, she does it because she's in Jersey. She's a Democrat. She's plugged into the establishment. Of course she would get away with it, just like Pelosi got away with it. That's what it's all about. Now, if that's not disqualifying enough, or it should be, right there, this ought to be talked about more and more by these moderators. Again, my criticism of this debate and every one of these debates is this: less is more. Meaning these moderators winnow down the topics. We don't need to know 40,000 different topics. They do this all the time. They're usually 2, 3, 4 or so. You have an hour, 2 hours, whatever it is. I'm going to zone in on that again and again and again and again until somebody breaks on it, till there's something there that the public should know. You keep on going from one thing to another. They did talk about affordability, but I didn't hear any moderator or whatever say, well, you're a Democrat. What do you say? So they're journalists. I could put it more easily. What do you say to those who say you've been in charge 25 years plus in the legislature and governors? Why is New Jersey so unaffordable? And the answer is your overregulation, your taxation, your policies. You're the ones that have done this. All right. Still putting up the SOS. I need somebody on the marriage front. Wall Street Journal. It intrigues me. Saying that financial success is what people are waiting for before they get married, not after marriage, trying to achieve financial success. The words of people in this survey. What's driving that? I mean, it's already hard enough, the number of pressures that are out there. People to get that first home is so difficult. What is it that would make people feel that way? Isn't marriage a bit of a risk? That's an element to it. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, the guy who reeks of being happily married. Joe, welcome in.
Dom, I cannot compare with who chose you in life. Ro she's a saint.
That's true. We all know it. Yes, absolutely. What was she thinking, Joe? What was she thinking?
I don't know. She saw something in you, pal, and I got to give you a high five on it. Hey, Dom, if this weekend has not convinced each and every one of us that we are on the right side of life and spirituality, and convinces our opponents that they'd have nothing against us, nothing they could do against us, nothing will ever able to convince us of that. Because that was one beautiful spiritual weekend yesterday. It was incredible. And if people can't see our hearts and our means and our minds, we have no association with them whatsoever.
Well, Joe, I'm still going by metrics too, like the numbers of chapters of people asking to do Turning Point chapters, et cetera. It is mind-boggling, the vigils, the other things involved. Now we'll see if this has legs, and a month from now we're seeing somewhat what we're seeing now, Joe. Then I will say truly the word revival is there.
Yes.
But you're right. This is a moment. We don't know how big, but it is a moment. It is not just flyover country of a day, no doubt.
No, Dom, and what I've always told my children, and I want to tell you, I grew up as the crow flies a mile from where Megan Kanka was abducted. That hit home in our town. And I tell my children, you don't find out who your friends are when you're on top. You find out who your friends are when you're needed the most. And what Megan's mother did and went to work on after that tragedy said a lot about, what she needed to do. And, in spite of her heartbreak and her feelings, she made a difference. And yeah, that's what we have to look out for to see if this wanes or if it builds. And I'm praying to God that it builds. I
Joe,
really
you
am.
just mentioned a sacred name. I've had them on, at least the mom, I think the dad also together, 6 or 7 times. And you're right, to take what happened there, and I'm not going to give people the gory details again, to go through a trial where the public defender accused Megan Kenka of leading the guy on, if you can imagine.
He was 9 years old, Dom.
Right.
9 years old.
I know. And to come out of that at the other side, giving us that protection, that is saintly. There's no other word for it.
And we went to the vigil that night after everything
gosh.
was confirmed.
Yeah.
And the personality in her mom, and you could see the field she had to go after at that point and the commitment she made. You know, we said goodbye to Megan tonight. Man, it was wild, incredible, tear-jerking. But you saw the mission that the mother already committed to at that point.
I
that
don't know,
evening.
Joe. I've interviewed maybe 100 like that. Maureen Faulkner is an example. And every time I feel so good when I am around them because the capability to go on in life and do that is beyond remarkable. And there are a great number of them right here in our area.
It's extraordinary, to say the least.
Yeah. What's your side today, Joe?
My side still echoes in my head. It's that preaching accent. You don't know what you've done to me. You don't know what you're doing. And it's that Greta Thunberg knowing everything in her 14 years of infinite wisdom back in the day.
Great one. Thanks. Sometimes it's in a whisper and then she gets all worked up. Thunberg's accent. Doing that in honor. You have it, Henry?
How dare you?
That's it. Oh, yeah. It sounds like she's an older actress or whatever.
Yeah.
That she's not whatever she is.
Going for the Oscar here.
Yeah, going for the Oscar. Oh, my God. She's out there again. She's taking ships to Gaza. They keep on getting, into the sea. I don't know what's going on. All right, we're looking for that all-time accent. Bernie Perrant definitely had. That was a dead-on one. All right, Henry, has your fertile brain come up with another hurdle to marriage? The financial of the wedding. Okay, we got that.
Maybe you don't believe in your partner's emotional maturity yet. That they can have the capability to be a full-fledged parent, and you can do better.
The do better part.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Maybe
this is a wicked market.
Yeah, maybe we're not on the same page for parenting styles yet, but I see good in you, and I'd like to have a child with you, something like that.
Okay. Well, that's a legitimate one. I could recognize. These seems to be coming from the woman's point of view, no?
Are they?
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. I'm being biased there.
Maybe I'm being biased.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just so pro-woman. I'm seeing it from their perspective.
Right, that's right. All right. 855-839-12. This is coming off the Wall Street Journal saying more and more people saying you got to be financially successful before you get married. Not working together on that afterward. Hit us with that. We're going to talk with Frank Scales. He's the young conservative who made national news when they had a wall of people block him from going into Mother Bethel Church last week because Larry Krasner was in there. It's a sacred place. I know the chief guy, Asa Khalif, really well. It was hard to believe, and it's out there nationally now. And I thought in this suppression of speech, how in the world is it that you can't go to a town hall because you differ? He'll be here to lay that out. Of course, Scott Presler from the memorial yesterday. Take us inside that. He was a friend of Charlie Kirk, worked with him on several campaigns, and, his own need for security now. 855-839-1210.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 894-7722.
It's Nick Kale here. Have you been thinking about driving an electric vehicle? Well, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group want you to lock in your $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or ID Buzz, a Genesis, GV60 or GV70, and more. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th to take advantage of the EV tax credit and inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today at piazzaautogroup.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 7th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right. Let's hope so. Take a shot. Get married here. I've never married anybody as my duties as a talk show host. I did on the air engage them, though. I officially engaged them.
How did you do that?
I just put up a phony certificate and said, I now engage you. You shall never part. Now go and get married.
I thought you were getting down on a knee for him and
Yeah.
being like, I got you, man.
Not a fan of the public proposal and all that stuff. Too much pressure on the woman. But
Ooh.
a couple of things. One, Dan has weighed in on this, just sent me a text. I'll give you that. But also, I'm looking at what I told you is going to be the hot button. Washington Post, big article, when RFK Jr. announces today Tylenol autism. The remedy to mitigate autism, or I guess to cure it, we'll see, is this cancer treatment. They want a fast-track approval, or there's talk of it. It's Leocorin that's used in various cancer treatments. Watch today. My point is, it's not just the controversy that will develop if it is Tylenol, as I predicted will be, but it's also autism treatment. Already you're seeing things get nuts. Look, I think this is really sensitive area. Do I think this is potentially something that could be helpful in the future? Yeah. But the guilt trail here, we're going to say, I want to see the paper. I want to see the studies. I want to see exactly that And Dr. Oz is going to be on the show tomorrow. I don't know the time yet. Dr. Oz will be there with the president and with RFK Jr. I couldn't get RFK Jr., but the day is young. But I got Dr. Oz tomorrow. We'll be coming on to break down what they announced today, okay? Now, Dan weighing in on this whole financial success, have that before you get married. Both parties, apparently. Wall Street Journal saying that's what the vibe is. Saying, as he always does with this, has anybody mentioned student loan debt?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Now, here we go. The biggest, look, and this is tough stuff. It's now $1.6 trillion. But are people saying, nah, we got to cut down that student loan debt? I mean, are there conversations like this? We can't get married until our student loan debt is under $50,000.
I would say you can't get married until your student debt loan is zero unless you're trying to screw over your partner.
Oh, all right.
I mean, your debt becomes their debt, and it's just
That's true. Oh, okay. That's it. So one party has that type of debt that maybe they wouldn't have had as much debt in the past. I still think you ought to get married. You know, I don't think that's the hurdle. I mean, how long is that going to take then?
depends on the loan. I mean, if you decide you're going to a big school no matter what, no matter the money you got, and you spent 100, 200K on tuition, you might be in the hole for a bit.
Let me see. Roe has $100,000 in student loan debt. What am I doing? I'm still doing it.
I don't. That's a burden. You're already in the hole. You're way too deep in the hole to bring a kid in either.
What? Oh God! All right, you got to get in. Robert and Ben Salem. We come to the wise man here on this. All right, Robert, you're hearing all these hurdles to marriage. What do you think?
Hey, Dom Henry, it's good to talk to you guys. I am in your camp squarely on this, Dom, but I would submit that student loan affects a small part of the population, and that might be an issue for them, but that's not an issue for most people. And it depends on what kind of person you are, but we got married young, had 5 kids, and made it work and built what we had together, and that made it all the more beautiful in my mind.
That's, you know what? That's the other part of this, that joint effort versus just, both parties coming in. I mean, we're going to look at wedding vows or 401ks.
No matter what life throws you or no matter what you throw yourself, you got to believe in yourself. You'll figure it out. We figured it out. It was not always easy. But at the end of the day, I have 5 amazing kids, and unlike most of my friends, I know where my hair and my money went. You know what I mean?
Well, wait a minute, too, and let's give full credit. I don't know the others as much, and you have spoken about them, but your daughter, the military, some of the stuff you've been able to reveal, right there, it's worth it.
Yeah, and the student loan won't be an issue for her, needless to say, because that's going to be taken care of. But that biological, I've been talking to her about it. That clock is ticking for her. You know what I mean? And she's ready to take that step. But I'm just saying, two people can figure things out if you don't have big hurdles like student loans. But two adults, if you love your kids and you love each other, you will figure it out and you will build something worthwhile. Trust me on that.
Right. I think societally we have to be agitating toward getting married. That's the bottom line. There's a vibe one way or another. Some of these are heads or tails. Go.
It might be another casualty of the student loan problem, Don. Now that I think about it.
You know what? Well put. Absolutely. But Dan always going down Broadway with that, as we know.
That's okay. Dan's coming from a good place. So my answer to the side question is I'm going to go with Dr. Ruth Westheimer. This was truly an amazing woman, Dom. She lost both her parents in a concentration camp, and despite being 4'7", she actually fought in the Israeli military. Almost lost both her feet when she got wounded by a mortar in 1940, and on her 20th birthday in Jerusalem. An amazing woman. The only thing you might not like about her is that she did accept the Margaret Sanger Award from Planned Parenthood back in the day, but that might have been an innocent thing on her part. I'm not going to
all-time accent.
Like that.
And guess what? Dan had many conversations with her at the Stern Show. Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, I hope that Maisie is able to benefit from all that knowledge that he acquired. You guys have a great day, okay?
Thank you. The Maisie call is right up there with the Roe call someday here. All right, coming up, I'm thrilled to bring you new people, and Frank Scales is the guy. I think he just graduated recently from Roman Catholic, part of a group of young conservatives that went to the Larry Krasner town halls. And they had a human wall set up to block him from getting into the church, Mother Bethel Church, the very same people that lecture about freedom of speech and Jimmy Kimmel, etc. And the police in the beginning, I'm going to call it as I say it, but the police didn't do anything. They should have just moved them the hell out of there. And their argument was, you're not coming into our sacred place. With Larry Krasner in there. Unusual, huh? He's next, and your calls. Scott Presler coming up. This marriage thing, though, Wall Street Journal saying, people are now saying you have to be financially successful is the last hurdle, both parties apparently, before you're ready to get married. Am I just not dealing with reality here? Or is marriage something where it is not fully a reality? It's based on some risk factors. 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.u.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Have some exterior home improvement problems and just don't know who to call? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all on the same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A warmer air mass returns to the Delaware Valley this week. It'll be partly sunny today with a high temperature back above average around 80. For tonight, partly cloudy, low 64 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly sunny, warmer and more humid. Chance for a late day shower with a high 83.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, Visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, all-time accents is the side question today. Frank Scales is just a rising guy, I think, because of his sense of humor. He's the guy that went to the original Krasner town hall, and there was an eruption. The second one, they blocked him with a wall. I don't know what they called it. And he was making moves as if he were a running back, turning around, going back and forth. That's it. He gets it. A little bit of entertainment, a little bit of humor with this. But the serious thing is we have people in Philadelphia, and Larry Krasner, the sitting DA, is there. Does he not know? And Asa Khalif, I believe, works with Larry. Come on, Asa. Asa and I have had many back and forths, and friendly, but pretty heated, Henry. When you have a bullhorn at your head at 5th and Market with him.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Blocking up traffic with the whole world of police surrounding us. It gets to be friendly. He's the founder, one of the founders, I think, of Surge Philly and the Make Education, this screen is too small, education what?
Great Again movement.
Great Again. Oh, okay. Make Education Great Again movement. It sounds like my podcast on school choice. Old school, new school, next school. Check it out. Let's go to Frank here on Talk Radio 1210. Frank, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
How are you doing, Dom? Thanks for having me.
Well, tremendous, and you had to be doing well, particularly seeing that scrum. It looked like the tush push was going to happen. So, Frank, first of all, you're a recent graduate of Roman Catholic?
Yes, sir. Roman Catholic 2022.
Ah, okay. So how did you, how long have you had this movement going on, Surge Philly?
So we had Surge Philly going on for the last 3 months. We started, it was 2 guys on a phone, and we really wanted to call out the Democratic machine that has the city in a stranglehold, and we've had success so far, and we're really excited for where we're going.
Well, absolutely. So, Frank, at the first town hall, did you just erupt, or were there going to be, that Krasner was going to take questions? What set you off?
So my co-founder and I, Ian McGinnis, who is here with me, we went and we said, you know what, we have disagreements with Larry Krasner, but we're going to go, we're going to ask questions, and we're going to see what he says, and we're going to hear him out. So we show up at the town hall, and the first thing we are meted with is a flashcard, and they say, write your question down on a flashcard. We're going to have a moderator read it to Larry Krasner. So we were a little bit disappointed, but we did that anyway. Wrote out a very long, thought-out question, 2 of them, and we went to sit down, and Larry gets on the mic, and he started talking about Trump and demonizing Republicans, and, with what happened to Charlie Kirk, and even President Trump almost being assassinated too, I think that's wrong. So he obviously wasn't there to let people speak and let the community give their opinions. So I stood up and I told him how I felt. And I think, quite frankly, he responded cowardly.
How did he respond? What did he do, Frank?
He responded by calling us book-burning fascists.
Yeah, well, I think so. So, Frank,
he laughed.
Yeah. You, the second one now, they're more interesting. Well, both, but the Mother Bethel Church, they had these people, and I think they look like they went out and they tried to find an identifier of everybody in their group blocking you, led by Asa Khalif. Frank, Asa and I have had back and forth over the years. It's not hostile, but it's pretty heated over the very stuff. He seemed to be the leader telling you why you couldn't enter Mother Bethel Church.
Yes, he was saying that we couldn't enter his place of worship, which I doubt. I don't think he goes to that church, although I'm not sure. And then he was, hurling threats my way, which was pretty interesting. And, he said we can't enter his place of worship. And my question is, if it's a place of worship, then why are politicians giving hateful campaign speeches in the church? Quite frankly, Jesus went into the church where they were selling stuff and flipped over the table because it's a place of God. So as a Christian, I believe I did the right thing.
Well, right.
But
and,
he
and
said that
just as an American, you did too. But Frank, where does this come from? Is it just innate in you? What I really like is your sense of humor, your entertainment being filmed as you kind of start faking back and forth with the wall of you might go here, you might go there.
Yeah, well, that comes from Saquon Barkley. But I think my love for politics, is innate. I've had it since I was very little, and I actually didn't know I could get involved in politics at such a young age until I went to Community College of Philadelphia and became the student government president. In that position, I endorsed Donald Trump, and they, they investigated me for hate speech, and then they impeached me for my opinions. But it really sparked a fire in me. So I want to do it at the city level, and I want to make education great again, too.
I used to teach at community college, so I can imagine the guy becomes president and he's endorsing Trump. My God. Frank, I am as pro-cop as they come, but I am not so much on sometimes the tactics of the civil affairs police, and it pains me watching that tape. They should have instantly told those people, move aside, this is legit, rather than seeming to check a phone and everything else. So ultimately, they did get you in there, right?
No, they did not let us in. They essentially said that event security wasn't letting us in. And we believe that this is a civil rights issue. We have a First Amendment right to speak, and if we don't exercise that right, then we won't have it anymore, and they did not allow us to do it that day.
What was the excuse of the civil affairs cops? What did they tell you?
They essentially said event security is not allowing you in, and that was it.
Wow. You see, I've been on the other side of it where they got into one of mine, and they told them they're going to let them speak. There was 100 people for a minute each. Now, are you potentially looking at a lawsuit?
Yes, we're definitely interested in doing that. If any lawyers are out there who are also passionate about Philadelphia, who are passionate about civil rights, tell them to reach out to Surge Philly, and that's definitely an avenue we're interested in going down.
Well, I hope there are, Frank, and if I think of any, I'll let them know. Where do people reach Surge Philly? Where's the best place to go?
TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. We're big on Instagram at Surge Philly. That's probably the best place to reach us. And in the bio for Surge Philly, we also have a GoFundMe page. So if anybody's interested in making contributions, they can go there too.
So, Frank, again, I apologize. I thought they ultimately let you in. How in the world does a guy that holds a public town hall in a church he's added a lot of security, which is his right, I guess, not think that you are someone that shouldn't be allowed in there unless they want to bring charges against you or something? That security just says, so I was going to go to that. Something else came up. It would have been interesting to say if I couldn't be allowed in there. It might have been the same kind of thing.
Yeah, it was extremely cowardly on Krasner's behalf. He represents all Philadelphians, not just one political party or ideology, and he's really shutting down people who disagree with him. And it was taxpayer money that might have funded that event, meaning that we had a constitutional right to be there. So he violated our rights, and it's very telling about the man he is.
Frank, have you given any consideration, and I'm not sure the mechanism, I have a media pass in Philadelphia. If you had a media pass, I'm not sure how they calculate that because you certainly have a presence, social media, and I'm sure social media people are getting media passes. It's a new age in Philadelphia. If you also had a media pass, that might make it more difficult to keep you out.
So we were actually thinking about this yesterday, and I think it's a great idea for Surge Philly to get a media pass. Again, if anybody has any information about that, please reach out to us on Instagram at Surge Philly. But yes, we're definitely thinking about getting a media pass. It is something to be threatened, to be physically threatened outside, 40 feet away from the district attorney by his LGBTQ advisor. It's insane.
Did they say something? There was some kind of, in these two scrums, pig reference to either you or your colleague?
What happened?
The spokesperson, there was some kind of pig reference. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I saw that in some of your footage. No?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes, we know what you're talking about. So at the first town hall meeting, a spokesman for Larry Krasner or for the church, we can't confirm that at the moment, but he got up right after I said, please stop demonizing President Trump and Republicans. And he said, don't argue with pigs. Don't get in a fight with pigs, which we thought was very inappropriate.
All right, so
why not discuss with us?
Yep. Frank, one more time, where do you go for Surge Philly?
Go to Instagram, Surge Philly, at Surge Philly, SurgePhilly. And in the bio, there's a link for a GoFundMe if anybody wants to contribute to our cause. We are going to shift the paradigm in Philadelphia and take our city back.
All right, Frank, keep us in the loop. Whatever's next, you don't have to say now unless you want to. Anything, any event, anything coming up, or you want to just be on the down low until it happens?
So, yes, we are going to be having a debate on Saturday, and more information will be on Instagram about that soon, but you can always email us at surgephilly@gmail.com. But, yes, we're going to be having debates, which are going to be open to the public for whoever wants to join, and we'll discuss location.
Okay, but let me ask, who are you debating?
Anybody who comes up. So we're going to allow anybody, because people have reached out on Instagram with disagreements.
Right.
And we're going to put our money where our mouth is. We really believe in discourse and discussion, especially with people who disagree with us. We're also having a fundraiser event, and more details will be talked about that.
All right, let me know. Let me know on the debate, et cetera, Frank. I'd like to come and cover that. That will be interesting.
Awesome.
Thank you, Frank.
We'll let you know as soon as possible.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks for joining today.
Thank you. Have a good day. God bless.
God bless, Frank. Thank you very much. All right, Henry, more to come. So he didn't get into it. And I like the style. Have a debate. That's exactly what I think colleges should be doing. And I'm working on that here with our authorities to see if there's something we can do. Any college, community college, whatever it might be, willing to moderate or debate whoever you want in this situation. And if college can't handle that, why are they in business? I mean, here's a kid just out of Roman Catholic. I love it. Became the president of community college, and he endorses Trump. Oh, my God. I'm surprised they only impeached him. Oh, my goodness. All right. This is a new, rising, interesting guy and group out there. And you heard what he said. They'll give us details on this, and they're willing to debate anyone. This is very much the Charlie Kirk thing, but again, without all the, resources of Charlie Kirk, I'm shocked that the Philadelphia police, but maybe not, security won't let them come in. Are you kidding me? A public town hall announced as that. And where is the Inquirer? Where are the others that lecture us about poor Jimmy Kimmel? All right, 855-839-1210. Love to get your reaction. Hit us on the side question. All-time accent coming off, sadly, the death of Bernie Perrant. Also, I'll tell you what I was considering. Then I thought, Henry might have been right about it for a side question today. I'm still noodling it, but moment has passed. It might be a little too hard and too much and slightly off-kilter. I'll tell you what it was, though. All right, or I may be right. Who knows? Hey, living heart smart means paying attention to cholesterol goals. For 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been trusted as an ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. Right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 soft gels. Now, this is Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Without a doubt, it's big. So just add Rescue 1250 Omega-3 to your cart, apply the code TOGETHER, TOGETHER, at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. You can also call them right now, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or use that code online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use the code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use that code TOGETHER at res-q.com. Do it today.
and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know darn well Jimmy Kimmel was not fired
It's
for
nothing
anything.
to do with Jimmy Kimmel. This has to do with the government censoring people.
You've had a long issue with the FCC. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
It's all politics. It's all posturing. Nobody had anything to do with any of this. You know who had to do with it? Jimmy Kimmel and the fact that America said, we don't crave you and you cost too much.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Listen up, football for ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade. At KiaofCherryHill.com, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's KiaofCherryHill.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, the great man is on deck circle. That would be Scott Presler. Yeah, a couple people texted me during the break. They met Scales, the guy we just had on, at Penn State, and they see him as a force that Democrats will not know what to do with. I mean, what a concept, have debates. How the heck did that guy get elected president of community college? Oh, my God. I love it, just for today's show. We got another star on the horizon here. And a couple of people flew into the talk radio coop saying, yeah, maybe George Paquetto would take that suit. Now, I know he's so busy and he's so accomplished with the things that have gone on here. And he's going to be honored coming up around Columbus Day and the 1492 Gala for all the things that he's done. More on that as we get closer to it. But yeah, George Paquetto involved. I mean, this is clear. Under what ground? Security says it. What? What are they saying Scales would do? and they condone the human wall that worked in front of him. Just think about this in Philadelphia. We're all these big mouths talking about freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. Maybe they'd like to show up and debate scales. So we'll see what he's doing on Saturday. I plan to show up there, not to debate, but kind of chronicle it, maybe even film some of it as an example of what colleges ought to be doing as far as looking at debate. All right, coming up, Scott Presler, who, of course, was in there at Glendale, Arizona, his thoughts on what he saw. And, of course, true to brand, he's like Joe of Exton. What was he doing there? Registering voters. Of course, we'll get his take on the Kirk Memoriam this weekend and give you a little bit more details starting to filter out. Watch on the autism front when they talk about a potential mitigation or cure. That's where there's going to be even more controversy. I can hardly wait to hear that today. I think it's exciting that we're at least talking about this, and I'll tell you tomorrow whether I agree or not. All right, 855-839-1210.
Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
It's engagement season at Family & Company Jewelers. Get proposal ready during their Viraggio Bridal Show. 3 days only, October 9th, 10th, and 11th. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, October 9th, 10th, and 11th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection Sales Event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. Shop great deals and save with special finance rates on L Certified Lexus vehicles now through November 3rd. Stop in and see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
All right, let's go right away to Scott Presler, who's against the clock today. Scott, thanks for coming in. I realize you have some difficulty today.
I'm American.
Hiya, Scott.
Hey.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Good, good. I realize time is precious today, as it always is, Scott. Thank you for giving us what you can and your observations from the big event yesterday.
It was incredible. I mean, tens of thousands of people. They had an overflow stadium that was packed. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. You had his administration there, Tulsi Gabbard, Kristi Noem. I mean, clearly Charlie Kirk has left an indelible, profound mark on American history and our culture. And I think that was reflected by the amount of people that would fly from all over the globe to honor him and celebrate his legacy yesterday in Arizona.
Scott, do you see on the ground, we hear about these chapters, et cetera. Are they a religious force or a political and religious force?
I think it's both.
Okay.
I think Charlie Kirk, a part of his legacy is he's drawing a lot of people to God or to find their spiritual awakening, whatever that is. And at the same time, we need people of faith to understand that evil wins when good people do nothing. And I hope that the 30% of Christians that are not registered to vote do get registered and are mobilized and are galvanized to vote their values. And we need more God-fearing people to run for local office, to run for state office, and to enter our government. And I hope that's a part of Charlie's legacy as well.
Every time you identify that 30%, it's more shocking to me than the hunters and all the rest of it, Scott. Well, if you had to put a button on it, what's the reason? Why are they not registered to vote?
Well, look at even our beautiful Amish in Pennsylvania.
Right.
I spoke to so many of them, and they say either I pray on my knees, or I vote on my knees, or they'll say, God's will be done. But if I know anything about Scripture and what Jesus instructed to his community is that we were taught to fish on our own, not to have somebody hand us a fish, to hand us anything. And I believe ultimately faith without works is dead. Faith without works is dead. We are called to not only have faith, but also take positive action. And I hope that people of faith are inspired that they must be the change that they want to see and take that positive action. And that means registering to vote, voting, and, dare I say, running for office.
Absolutely. Scott, the York County, Human Relations apologizing to Scott Presler because you, in a respectful way, are putting information out there that's verified of the people, many of whom are in the helping professions, teaching, professors, public health, that have been celebrating the death and particularly the killing of Charlie Kirk, Scott.
Yes, I'm sorry, Dom. Can you say that one more time?
Yes, Scott, I said that you got an apology from the York Human Relations people because you've been publicizing in a respectful way on your Twitter, et cetera, the people who have been celebrating that are in public positions of helping teachers and the like.
Oh, yes. Well, I want to make it clear, anyone that dare celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination, that we are going to very publicly expose them, and we're going to do it peacefully as well. And so I have used my platform to expose some of these people, and these were in York County, the school district in Pennsylvania. And when I did so, you had the City of York Human Relations Committee. They attacked me and said that I was violent and that I was doxing people. Well, this was defamatory, reckless, and demonstrably false. And so I had my attorney reach out to the City of York HRC and getting and asking for a public apology and retraction. We heard within a few days that the HRC, the City of York, did actually retract its statement. And I think it's so important that conservatives, we can't just be the nice guy. And what I mean is, when people defame us, when people attack us, when people malign us, we must hold them accountable, because it's not ultimately about me at the end of the day. It's about the movement. And if they're going to do it to me, they're going to do it to other people. And I'm very glad that the City of York did the right thing. But we are going to continue to hold every person accountable that dares celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And one last point, anyone that would say that we are attacking free speech, no, they are welcome to their free speech. However, you cannot be in a position of government authority or being a teacher or being in the healthcare industry and celebrate death. You are responsible for the hearts and minds of children, or you're responsible for the lives of American citizens. And if you are unable to separate your political beliefs from your work, well, you shouldn't be in that position. And we're going to peacefully use our platforms, where as the opposition is going to use bullets instead of ballots.
Scott, will tell people where to find you, and I appreciate with the time crunch today. What's next here in Pennsylvania, New Jersey? Anything you can tell us?
Listen, the voter registration this week was good. The Democrats had a net loss of minus 3,000 statewide. Republicans gained. Democrats lost. I think it's indicative that the Democrat Party has just lost itself. There is no direction. There is no vision. There are no values. The difference between the party of life, the Republican Party, and the opposite is a clear juxtaposition. But y'all, we can still lose this November. I am worried about turnout. Please request a mail-in ballot. Make it your plan B. You can still surrender and spoil it on Election Day. Go to vote.pa.gov. Vote.pa.gov. Request your mail-in ballot today. You cannot allow for us to lose this November's election and the very people that have been celebrating the assassination attempt to achieve victory this November. Vote no to Doherty, Donahue, and Wecht. Vote yes to Maria Batista. Vote yes to Matt Wolford, and elect good school board candidates in the office that are going to be celebrating life, not the tragedy that just happened 2 weeks ago. And thank you always for the opportunity. I am flying right now from Arizona back to Pennsylvania, and tomorrow, Dom, I will be at Slippery Rock University from 12 o'clock to 2, engaging with college students and getting them registered to vote. And I say peacefully and professionally, game on.
Absolutely. Scott, thank you so much. Have a good flight.
Thank you.
All right, Scott Presler here on Talk Radio 1210. Glad we could squeeze him in. All right, you got the side question. All-time accent in honor of the great Bernie Perrant, the French accent, French-Canadian accent. Scott Presler, keep him in your prayers and thoughts. He has security now, more security than before. And this stuff with the York nonsense apologizing is good. All he's doing is calling attention to the fact you have so many teachers, professors, public health people celebrating this. Still, we're going forward with this. All right. 2:30, we'll talk with Joe Concha, because we're seeing some movement on the Jimmy Kimmel thing. We've talked about that. And you heard Frank Scales right here in Philadelphia. It's making its way out there nationally. Stopped from going to the Larry Krasner. Now it's security. Everybody's a security risk to Larry Krasner. What evidence? Is that up to the police? It's up to his own security there. Does anybody he doesn't want to see there at a church, public town hall, is a security risk. That's what he's going to do. Again, this is a big moment in November, as you know, in Philadelphia. If this guy continues down this path, he is relentlessly getting worse by the day. All right, let's go to Joe in South Philly, and Joe's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Dom, when you mentioned Governor Shapiro as being beatable, he is very beatable. And Dom, could I point out 3 issues real quick?
Well, give me the top one you think he's beatable on.
Well, Dom, when his mansion burned down,
right,
he wanted the guilty caught and punished. Yet, when cities were being burned and arson and looting and the police attack, not one word from him.
Absolutely, that's his
Not a
watchword.
word.
Joe, who's your person with an accent?
Tom, you're going to love this. Henry Kissinger.
All right, that is an all-time accent. I once had the honor. We would do the Charlie Manuel show. Charlie Manuel literally was on in the first hour. Think of that accent. Followed by Henry Kissinger with a 1,000-page book on China.
Jeez.
We could not put the two of them together. I forget what the hurdle was. It would have been a lifelong dream to hear Kissinger discussing baseball and then Charlie discussing China.
Oh, my goodness.
With Henry Kissinger. That's what I would have presented. I would have put that up there in the top 10. I would say Henry Kissinger's accent was harder than Charlie Manuel.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever have a conversation with the
God.
guy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not very
yeah.
good with accents a lot of
Yeah,
times.
it's very, very difficult. And, we were at a remote with like 500 people there. It was at the Shops at Liberty Place. We used to do the monthly Charlie Manuel show. Unbelievable. Okay, you got the side question ready to go. 855-839-1210. Joe Concha at 2:30 today. By the way, DJ sent me this, and it is interesting to see, given Bud Light. Michelob Ultra has dethroned Modelo to become America's new top-selling beer brand.
Wow.
And they attributed this to advertising related to the PGA Tour, Michelob Ultra, and World Cup, that they've gone all out in doing that. The rise to the top, which included surpassing Modelo in large part because they're heavily capitalizing on the sports industry's biggest events. But I just thought Bud Light had all of that. Now I don't even know what place there is. Bud Light even exists. Does anybody say, give me a Bud Light? Are they still out there?
Yeah, they're out there.
They're out there. I don't know what market share they have, but they are the biggest example of something somehow people didn't forget. I don't know, it was easier with other beers or something. The people have forgotten other things that were against their views, but seemingly Bud Light still pays the price.
It's just one of those things. I think Bud Light people remember. People aren't going to forget this one. It's just one of those social things. Like, there might be a lot of instances with this where a lot of bad PR people make bad PR decisions for their company, get thrown, like Jaguar. We're not talking about Jaguar anymore, but like Bud Light, it's still a topic. It's just one of those things. People just aren't going to forget about this one. As far as Michelob Ultra goes, I kind of think that you can attribute that to, I think, women beer drinkers as well, because it is a beer that doesn't taste like anything. So you wonder where all the beer drinkers go, where why no one's drinking beer anymore. I think they are drinking beer. I think they're drinking Michelob Ultra, and their sales would reflect that ultimately if they're the top-selling beer now.
All right. Henry, did any more, and if you're just joining us, we had this wild stuff with the Wall Street Journal today saying increasing numbers of people are waiting on marriage until they're both considered financially successful. I don't know if they give any metric, but they're not saying, let's get married. We have sort of jobs, we sort of have underpinnings, and we'll grow together. Henry said, well, the cost of the wedding. Everybody's got to have a big wedding. Dan jumps in with student loan debts. Have any other things made their way onto the radar screen?
I mean, what about a difference in politics or religion?
Okay, that's increased.
Yeah.
Okay, that would even jump. I think that is it. I mean, I guess if it's extreme enough, I get that. But, if one's slightly liberal, the other's slightly conservative or apolitical, really, if you love each other, that's going to be the determining factor.
Maybe it's so much as a conversion. You convert to my religion. You convert to mine. Standoff.
I guess it could be that severe. But my God, come on. 855-839-1210. All right. I'd love to get you in on that. Do you have to be financially successful both to be married? the autism announcement, as predicted with Bobby Kennedy Jr., he is the most consequential guy, more than anybody but President Trump in this cabinet, okay? It's coming down, I think, around 4. Tomorrow we have Dr. Oz on to break it down. Dr. Oz will be in the Oval Office with the president. And apparently, the two things that I know, talking to Dr. Siegel the other day, that will be in play will be Tylenol. And then the second part, what are the cures or mitigation of autism that are not being used enough? And I think that's going to cause as much of a stir as even this announcement today. But this is, I really don't know of anything quite as sensitive as this. And I'm just saying, this better be handled in a way that reflects that. Because you have people listening right now. We've had people call in that have an autistic child. My master's is in special ed, and this was a large part of it. And the number is astounding, 1 out of 32. I think there are multiple causes here. One, we're better at diagnosing it. But two, is something like Tylenol a causal element? And this would be a godsend for people now during pregnancy to refrain from that. But what about those that already did it? How do you handle this? I want to see the studies and everything. And rest assured, tomorrow, this is big stuff with Dr. Oz himself on. Letting him break that down is the best that we're going to do on this. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, and it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see a band that has played Dom Giordano Day on their resume, The Real Diamond. A tribute to Neil Diamond perform at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on Bucks County Community College Saturday, October 11th. We love the Zlock. For tickets, visit bucks.edu/tickets. All right, Henry, what do you have today?
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we're asking for someone with that all-time accent in honor of Bernie Perrant. It's funny. A lot of times when you're listening to music, a lot of singers' accents don't necessarily shine through. Everyone kind of sounds American. Whether they try to sound American or not, it just ends up sounding that way. One band in particular that I did not know was foreign, and maybe this is just me being a young man, were the Bee Gees. I had no idea that the Bee Gees were born and raised in England and then started their careers in Australia, which would lead you to believe that maybe their songs would sound a little more foreign, but they don't. Obviously one of their hit songs is Stayin' Alive.
Yes.
So I'm going to play you Stayin' Alive, but a cover version, of course. I want to know the name of this cover artist who performed Stayin' Alive in Brisbane, Australia, which is where the Bee Gees first performed as a group back in 1959. So I want this music artist with a familiar accent covering the Bee Gees. Let me know who this is.
I was okay with the first 30 seconds to a minute. Then it trailed off. And as most covers do, it loses a little bit, the familiarity of this. It's a little different. In the beginning, I thought they were fine. How about you?
Yeah, no, I think it does kind of lack that punch, the beat that the original has. But, I still think this is a pretty good version nonetheless.
Okay, hit us with that, and you are off to the Zlock for the Real Diamonds. Is it the Real Diamond or the Real Diamonds?
The Real Diamond. That's what it says on my sheet.
Okay, Real Diamond. That will be October 11th, 855-839-1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164, 800-390-1164, 800-390-1164.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right, who is covering this classic today that involves accents? All right. Let's go to Mike in Fairwoods Hills. All right, Mike, who is it?
Hey, I initially thought it was Bruce Springsteen. That's what I'm going to stick with, but I'm starting to question it now.
All right, that is unbelievable. I don't hear that. Sounds more like Tom Jones to me.
Really?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, more than Springsteen. Is that an early Springsteen?
No. So this is from Brisbane on February 26, 2014. It's at one of the speedways out in the Redcliffe Speedway out there. This is where the Bee Gees performed their first show, and in honor of the Bee Gees, he decided to cover this song.
Wow, that is quite a... Still don't hear it.
Really?
Yeah,
I think it was pretty clear.
One more time. The New York Times affected me. There was a little guttural there that, knowing it, I could hear it. But, boy, that's a good one.
Yeah, there's certain words and letters he really emphasized that give away. It's the boss.
All right, we have a winner, and we'll probably have that all this week. If you love Neil Diamond as I do, it's a great band. I think you'll really, and the Zlock is one of our favorite spots. Don't forget Rich going there with Politics and Pints. Should be a great night. All right, over the weekend, in the middle of all this, couple things coming off the Charlie Kirk memoriam. One is I'm looking at a story about the citizenship test that people take and how they're skewing it more now, and I think correctly, toward the idea of becoming an American citizen is not just about, you know enough to pass the infrastructure test, the 3 branches of government, yada, 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 but trying to emphasize the part you have to commit to America and American values and what America is all about rather than a foot, shall we say, in the old country. And I think Stephen Miller got at some of that yesterday at the Kirk Memoriam that some people did not enjoy, but I thought it was on point. And President Trump announced on Friday that big tech companies, foreign governments, and it won't happen until 2026, but we're getting close to that, will have to pay a $100,000 fee on H-1B visas. Now, I commend him what he's trying to do here, and we talked about this before. Remember, it was last December with Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, particularly, sadly, Vivek, attacking Americans, too many sleepovers. I would just curtail it. I don't even care about the $100,000 fee. I want to curtail it tremendously. I want Americans in those jobs. And I believe these companies are doing it to undercut Americans and what they're going to pay them. Now, maybe the $100,000 fee, we get some money, I know, and all that. Are they going to be willing to pay that enough to undercut American workers? You mean to say in this country, every one of these guys is an Einstein or women that we're bringing in under these visas, and I've seen it for all kinds of jobs. No. It undercuts America first. It undercuts American workers. This is helpful, but I would just limit it by any means necessary. I'm serious. We don't need it. We ought to be encouraging Americans. Oh, well, this guy, I'm tired of hearing that. This is the United States. We have plenty of people, even in the tech field, that are tremendous. These companies don't want to pay them, ultimately. And to me, that's what it's about. We see it constantly. Now, is $100,000 enough of a penalty where they're going to resort more to American workers? What would I put on it? $1 million. Really, I wouldn't put any number on it because I don't want it. I just don't want it. That's the solution to me. Curtail it greatly. Make it so much so that you actually have to have a board say, yeah, we really need this person. We don't have that here. How often is that going to happen in America? Stop fooling around with this stuff. It's undercutting Americans. So 100,000, all right. It seems like they're putting their money where their mouth is. It's not a year, it's a one-time fee. You want to do it a year, that might tell me this person is actually better than what we have here in America. How likely is that? And I would argue, not very bloody likely. All right, 855-839-1210. Joe Concha next from Fox News Channel to break down all that's happening here on Talk Radio 1210.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, city drivers, you know the grind, the potholes, the constant stop and go, the mileage racking up quick. When your ride suddenly gives out, that's a problem you don't need. It's time to future-proof your ride. CarShield gets it. We're talking a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that saves you from those nasty out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Engine light on, transmission acting up? Imagine paying almost nothing for covered repairs. Yeah, you heard that right, nothing. This special alert is for every American driver with your factory warranty running out or you've got no coverage at all. This protection plan is at an all-time low, and we're hooking you up. Activate today and also get free roadside assistance, free towing, and even car rental options, no extra cost. Don't get stuck with unexpected repair bills. Drive smart, drive protected. Call CarShield for your free quick quote right now and future-proof your ride today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What are you waiting for? Call 800-220-4067. 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A warmer air mass returns to the Delaware Valley this week. It'll be partly sunny today with a high temperature back above average around 80. For tonight, partly cloudy, low 64 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly sunny, warmer and more humid. Chance for a late day shower with a high 83.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, still with the Bee Gees, eh? Joe Concha is a almost ubiquitous presence on Fox News Channel. His most recent book, and I just saw this this morning, he did a big event at the Reagan Library, which is spectacular. If you ever have a chance, the greatest comeback ever inside Trump's big, beautiful campaign. That was in August. Joe joins us here in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome in. And that's a pretty prestige place to be discussing a book.
Yeah, dude. I mean, Dom, I was on Air Force One, the old one. But that was just that alone is like beyond cool, right? It's a beautiful facility. It's so different than, say, the Obama Library that's costing more than $1 billion to build in Chicago. It's a beautiful, modest place, really honoring the 39th president. And you know, when I do speeches, I do a lot during the year. I get paid for most of them. In this case, the Reagan people are like, well, you know, we're a nonprofit. You know, if you want to come out. And I said, fine, no problem. Like, this has like real gravitas to it. So that was a freebie, but it was a long flight, but it was well worth it.
I broadcast from there, and I think it's the perfect place they wanted of land, the mountains, the sea, et cetera, there. And Reagan in the cowboy mode. It is. So, Joe, love to pick your brain. Charlie Kirk, you as a master analyst of communication and communicator, what was it that he was able to do to break through with young people? It's shocking to me how effective that seemed to be.
The only word that's coming to mind right now is balls, brass balls. That this guy, he wasn't afraid of anything. He wasn't afraid of any debate. He would go onto campuses, invite liberals to come up first, those who disagree with him most, so he could debate them on X, Y, Z. I mean, and then you see like the contrast to this, say, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on the House floor, just lying and demeaning Charlie when he's not around to defend himself. She would never debate him in 1,000 years. She would never go to a conservative campus and debate anybody there. So the fact that he showed that he was willing to stand by his beliefs and do it in some fairly hostile or unfriendly places, I think the fact that he outworked everybody as well, I think that's ultimately what drew so many people to this movement, and understanding the power of social media to now create Turning Point USA from scratch at 18 years old. I was thinking about, hey, where am I going on spring break when I was 18 years old? I wasn't thinking about starting a movement of millions. And the fact that he was upset with the direction of the country and did something about it, a man of action, not just words. He's one of the greats. I mean, this is our JFK, RFK, MLK moment if you're born after 1970, because this is the biggest political assassination, at least of my lifetime.
Exactly. So, Joe, did you have contact with him? Because I only knew him as a radio talk show host, and I've admitted, all these other people going on about this. Now we can see it. I did not see the enormity of this, and I don't know if his assassination is part of that, but it is enormous beyond what I was comprehending as it was going on.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they had sold out an NFL stadium, for his services yesterday, and there was something like 200, 300,000 more requests for ticket requests just to get into the place. So it was a total overflow crowd outside as well. I mean, that was remarkable. They now have 62,000 chapter requests around the country. I mean, this is just insane stuff. And I just cannot believe that I got to see people on the left continue to lie about this guy. Like I saw the New Jersey debate was last night, gubernatorial debate between Jack Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill. And she's like, oh, if you want to defend Charlie Kirk saying that Martin Luther King was a bad guy, I'm not going to do that. And it's like, you're lying. You're totally taking that out of context. He was talking about MLK's well-known private life, where he basically cheated on his wife multiple times. And Charlie, a man of faith, and a man who's faithful to his wife, said, yeah, MLK, good movement, but not the best guy in the world. So I don't understand how they could just continue to lie about this. And you know what? All I know is that he's so much bigger than all these little peons that are taking these pop shots at him that, hey, Jimmy Kimmel, good luck finding another job, pal. We'll put it that way.
Let's talk about Kimmel. And I value your opinion on this because even Ted Cruz has talked about some lines here. And I think that's from the FCC guy. And I share that, let's not be swaggering in that sense. Let's focus in on what happened here, that ABC did this because of the affiliates mainly.
62 of them, as a matter of fact. And I got to see Brian Stelter, all these people on CNN, MSNBC, talking about how this is an attack on free speech. No, it's not about free speech. It's about the free market. And what fantasy world do these people live in where 62 stations across the country say, we don't want to carry this clown anymore? And oh, by the way, his ratings were horrible. Greg Gutfeld, who has like 1/30th the resources over on Fox, doubled him on a nightly basis. You think about supply and demand 101, right? The supply here was toxic. The things that Kimmel has said over the years, I don't even know where the joke is, where you say you wish all unvaccinated people are denied hospital care and die. Yeah, that's hilarious. I love it. I could go. He fanboyed Luigi Mangione, another assassin who took the father of two away. I mean, I could go on and on, but overall, I think I saw some incredible stat. He told last year, Kimmel, the New York Post put this number together. He told 1,100 – no, this was this year, as a matter of fact. Sorry, in 8 months, so from January to August, 1,128 so-called jokes about Trump and 26 about Democrats. I mean, that's just a remarkable stat. He didn't allow any Republicans on his show at all, period. And so, yeah, we talked about deplatforming between him and Colbert. I mean, you're getting bad ratings and you're saying toxic stuff. That's how you lose your job when the affiliates don't want any part of you anymore. Yeah, they got to hear about, there's an attack on free speech. Yeah, as if Kimmel's more the victim than Charlie at this point. It's ridiculous.
Now, Joe, you've done a lot of talk radio, so I'm not certainly going to lead the movement against The View. The fodder from The View for talk, we'd be almost out of business. Are they next on this? They have someone on there is a premier Trump hater, even if she is slightly a Republican. They claim Ana Navarro is a Republican, but it's the same approach again. We don't need parity. We're not into parity, but there's got to be some degree, just for good content, you would think, some debate, some other side.
Yeah, I just don't want the government being the arbiter of that. Right. I love the free market. Spoke with Jimmy Kimmel, spoke with Stephen Colbert. The late night model is broken. You can't pay these guys $15-20 million a year for them to lose your network $40 million a year. Like the math just simply does not work. Now with The View, I agree. It is you make the argument even more toxic than Kimmel, if that's possible. It's the same echo chamber every day. They say profoundly dishonest, hysterical stuff. They're not likable people. The show, what they did to Meghan McCain, I thought was horrible, and they never really replaced her since. But overall, I don't want Brendan Carr, and I don't want the FCC stepping in here, because then you're giving the left a nice, shiny talking point. And Charlie Kirk, by the way, he believed in free speech, like we talked about. He wouldn't agree with this. He would say, all right, just let capitalism play its own right. But they get decent ratings. So if they stay around, maybe they are making ABC money. But then again, if you're paying those 4 or 5 people a lot of money, maybe they're not. But until that's revealed, I just say, you know what, let the viewers decide, not Brendan Carr, not the FCC, and not the Trump administration.
So, Joe, we see you on Fox, on all platforms at various times. What are the prime things with you right now? You're working on another book. What's up with Joe Concha?
My publisher just contacted me yesterday, Dom. That's a very good question. And he wants me to do a sequel to The Greatest Comeback Ever, where I was on, with the Trump campaign. I was on the plane, interviewed Trump. So now my publisher says, what do you think about a sequel? And we call it, Thank You for Your Attention in This Matter. I'm like, ooh, that's good. That's like the Trump line. And all so I may do a sequel, or another one we're kicking around is the 99 most horrible people on the planet. And I'm not talking like Putin horrible, like people, mostly Americans that are just unlikable, insufferable people. That could be a really fun one to write. So
I vote for the 99, even though your insight on the other is spot on. The 99, and you have the nuance of this, right? We're not talking about Putin. Who would occur to you, Joe, if you had a fun one that's one of the 99 worst people on the planet?
Don Lemon. Don Lemon. I can't say that enough. Terry Moran. All these people that said they were serious journalists on the air, like Chuck Todd, right? And now they're all doing Substack, podcasts from their kitchens, and they finally took the mask off. They could totally hate on things they had to kind of keep their mouth shut about before. But Don Lemon's going to the Capitol. He's making fun of the resolution to honor Charlie. He's getting people on the air to say horrible things about him. He's just such an attention whore and such an unlikable person that he would be number one on the list. I don't think it's even close.
Wow, I'm gonna have to. This is great fodder, Joe. I hope you do that one. If you had to distill from your book now, and you've had a lot of experience on the plane, et cetera, with Trump. Is it possible to distill Trump, the secret sauce? What is it? Is it just this multitude of things that we can't even ever analyze exactly?
Authenticity, I think, in the end. I mean, you love him or hate him, but, the guy is who he is, and he's very consistent in terms of his beliefs, and he outworks everybody just like Charlie did. So, yeah, and he's funny. I mean, he owns a room. Can I tell you one quick story?
Sure, Joe, and the work ethic and the entertainment ethic, without a doubt. But go ahead.
Yeah. So after I interview him for the book, he invites my wife and I down to Mar-a-Lago for New Year's Eve. I'm like, let's do it. And we end up being seated at his table. And he remembered an interview from 4 weeks ago that I did with him, where I explained that my wife ran track at Georgetown, Division I, full scholarship, pre-med. So she really had to work hard, obviously, when she was in school. And she didn't really get involved politically all that much, but then the Leah Thomas thing happened at the University of Pennsylvania, not far from you. And then suddenly this guy goes from ranked 438th in the country to winning national championships. And she's like, that is so unfair. It's so unfair to all these other girls. And she really got involved. Like, this really triggered her. So I shared that with the president, like, wow, this is probably a bigger issue than I think we realize as far as suburban women not wanting their girls to play against boys in sports. And then I explained, like, that my wife ran track, and I told that whole story. So we get to Mar-a-Lago. We're at his table. He waves us over. He basically almost blows me off. He's like, Concha, you're doing a great job on Fox. Is this the runner? Look at you. I don't want to run against you. You're in pretty good shape, aren't you? And then I'll send you the video. Then he blows her a kiss, like, about 10 minutes later when he's dancing to the YMCA. I'm like, I think he's hitting on you. She's like, would you mind? I go, as long as it's a trade-off where I get Melania, I think we're good.
That is a great line. So. Great line, Joe. Hey, Joe, please, don't be a short. Where do we find you? Where do listeners find you on Twitter? And when are you next on Fox?
Let's see. That's Joe Concha TV on the Twitter. Otherwise, Fox, it's I'll probably be on like 3 times tomorrow, but I normally don't know until the night before. So, but usually Fox and Friends first, or Hannity, or Outnumbered. I'll be on Thursday. So that's at noon Eastern time on the Fox News Channel. Yeah.
99 people. That's a tough call, but the 99 people, worst people. Don Lemond leading it off. That's a solid choice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
You can help me with this list, I have a feeling.
Joe, you know what? I will happy send me an email. Listeners have 100 right now. Thank you, Joe.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Thanks very much. Might be a side question, Henry. Again, we'll set the rules, though. You can't go Putin, and you got. It's fun.
No low-hanging fruit.
And not just Nancy Pelosi. We're not taking and no Budge Wire.
Dang.
Oh, I think, but yeah, that's right. It might do that. We got several in the hopper for tomorrow, but I wrote that one down. I like that idea. I hope he does that. All right. It is the lightning round next. All-time accent. We haven't gotten an overwhelming one today, if you want to do a little bit of it, too, in honor of Bernie Perrant, all-time accent that was effective. I said Sean Connery. I get tired of the British accent, particularly when they speak pretty quickly. But his wasn't British. It was, is it Scottish?
Yes, I think so.
More Scottish, yeah. And O'Reilly was friends with him, and I've told you many times, O'Reilly said he counseled his son about acting. It's all in the dots. And O'Reilly did that at an event with me. I've never forgotten. O'Reilly stands up and starts doing it with the accent.
Oh, starts doing a Connery?
Yeah, starts doing Connery.
I need a video of that.
It was at Speaker Series, the last one we did together. And it was at the end. I think we could find it. All right, 855-839-1210. My friends at Martin Water Conditioning are celebrating their 52nd anniversary with their biggest savings event of the year. Now through the end of October, save on better water for the entire family. Now, the Giordanos, as you know, have enjoyed crystal clear drinking water for years. Got to be 5-6 years, I think, with Martin Water Conditioning. Great opportunity for you to do the same. We love it. And the Martin Water Conditioning family, incredible to work with. Nobody is as passionate about water. Right now, you can save up to $500 on select systems for your home. Want to improve your drinking water? Martin's is offering $100 off the Connecticut K5 drinking system and save $40 off the UV sterilizers. Special 24-month financing is available to those who qualify. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. The sale ends October 31st. Give your family the gift of water this fall with Martin.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in care giving New Jersey families the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Unlock the door to home ownership with American Heritage Credit Union. Through the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Take advantage of some of the lowest rates in the region. Your home, your next step, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal housing opportunity.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, Kamala Harris, the book out tomorrow, but Fox now talking about the fact she does now cite issues with trans athletes in the book and says, yes, we have to take into account all these advantages, but we don't have to vilify and demonize. Again, how many times do they get it? This is not going to fly. They don't get it. You're not going to split the wisdom of Solomon here. You're either saying they can play or they can't play. And again, I maintain as a strategist, the bathroom stuff and all that, yeah, that's part of this. It's the field of competition because it's the easiest to see how crazed they are on this. And you get voters that are often not voting. They go, what? Yep, and then they want to vote on this. That's the way to go. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. Drew on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Drew, who's the accent?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, my father was a World War II vet when I was a kid, and he loved the movies, the World War II movies, and the German accent of the soldiers. It just you heard their anger. It was just so cold and calculated. You know, like Sink the Bismarck. They would say, fire! You know, the accent. You couldn't tell if they were ever happy or sad, you know?
Little stereotype in there. Thank you, Drew, but a good one. David in beautiful Lexington, South Carolina. All right, David, who's yours?
Hey, Dom, I'll tell you, I wish I could swap accents with either Robert from Bensalem or Joe from Columbus, but I'm going to go with an annoying one, all-time annoying one, Fran Drescher, the nanny.
Oh, yeah. Now, why do you want that? You don't like the Southern accent anymore?
No, I just like I like exotic accents. So,
all right, thank you, David. The Earl of Tacony. Earl, who's yours?
I have an impression to go with it. It would be the famous British actor Sir Michael Caine.
Yes.
Singing that song by the German group the Scorpions. You know, I am. Michael Caine.
Very good, Earl. All right, the first stab at it. It's Joe going to do his here. That's what I'm waiting for. Joe of Exton. All right, Joe, how about yours?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
The person whose voice I admired was Frank Rizzo. His voice is remarkable because when Rizzo speaks, his voice carries a subtle threat to the listener that he, Frank Rizzo, is not a person that can be manipulated.
Thank
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
By the way, the guy we had on, Frank Sales, said something about this crumb bum operation when they blocked him from the church. You know where he got that from?
Oh, 100%.
I'm telling you, that guy, that Frank Sales, I'm getting constant texts.
You're
Where
a
did this...
crumb creep lush
There
cow.
you go. And when he told Martin Bormann, I know you're a lush. I'm like, been a cop 40 years. I know a lush
I know
when
a
I
lush
see
when I see one, and you're a lush.
all that in Chestnut Hill, of all places, as he's walking his dog. Oh, my God. All right, here's a great accent. This man has no accent. Zenos in Upper Darby. All right, Zenos, what do you have?
I got Bello Lugosi. He was from Hungary, and he had the accent. He goes, "Good evening. My name is Count Dracula. Could I have a pint of blood or two to carry me over?"
Thank you, Zenos. An accent on top of an accent. Sean, did you like anybody today that you can tell us?
Yeah, I actually did.
Okay.
One of my favorite ones was Michael Caine because I'm a huge fan of the Batman Dark Knight Rises. So, that's probably my go-to one that I really like the most.
Henry, how about yours?
I got to give it to the three that
Yeah.
actually did the impersonation there at the end, and that'd be
Okay.
Drew in Upper Darby with the
Right.
German World War II soldiers, Earl of Tacony
Right.
with Sir Michael Caine, and Xenos right at the end there with Bela Lugosi.
Who'd you like the best?
Oh, man, I think I like the best. I think Xenos had the best
I
accent.
like Zenos. Yeah, Zenos, your name is in the hat. First time, I think. You get the belt for today. Goes right in there. Don't forget the autism announcement during Rich's show today, apparently at 4 o'clock. Big stuff. We have Dr. Oz tomorrow. He'll be there with the president and Bobby Kennedy Jr. making that announcement on autism. The repercussions of this will be very, very big. And the station, we have you covered. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Henry, very much. Rich, next, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's engagement season at Family & Company Jewelers. Get proposal ready during their Viraggio Bridal Show. 3 days only.